Why am I so tall? Eh? Eh? That's better, innit? Little bit better, innit? Tiny little bit better. Sound a little bit British, innit? No, I'm saying it. Hello. Right, let me turn the music down. Little bit British, innit? Brit. Little bit British, innit? A little bit of British, innit? A little bit of British. Alright, first things first. We check Gmail. Any marketplace? Oh! Hello. Oh, don't! You better. What do you mean? I did it! Prismatica editor.build.cs. What the fuck? I fucking... Wait, no, is that just a... No. What the fuck is wrong with you fucking people? No. No. It is. Hello, Charles. Please review the attached document and make the corrections listed. Thanks, Unreal Engine Marketplace. I fucking already fucking did it, you fucking Prismatica fucking bitch. Prismatica editor.build.cs. Prismatica editor.build.cs. It's right there! You fucking idiot. Alright, I'm gonna... I'm going to go to my drive. I'm gonna download the one that I sent them. I'm gonna unzip it. I'm gonna piss on these idiots' face. Unless, of course, I've sent them the wrong one. Last modified 10th of March, 6 days ago. Pretty sure that's the... Yeah, Marketplace Edition final, put me out of my misery, please.zip. Let's download this. I fucking swear. If they've just, like, half-assed it, and just been like, oh, we've already got the file. If I've sent them the wrong zip, that's on me. But if this is... If this is... These fucking... Prismatica 1.02.7 Marketplace Edition, put me out of my misery.zip. Prismatica. What's it in? Source, Prismatica editor, build CS. Let me just fucking open you up. Let me just double check that it just didn't open that one. Editor.build.cs. Open. Open CSAME. What the fuck did these actual fucking people... Prismatica editor.build.cs. All code files need a comment at the top with the publisher name and intended year of publication. Copyright 2024, Prismatica Dev, all rights reserved. Let me go to the publisher portal. Let me go to the publisher portal. Are you being mentally ill again? What do you mean again? I'm always mentally ill. My medication's wearing off. Right, changes needed. Let me go to here. GoogleDrive.com. The one that says Joe at the end. That's it. Marketplace edition final. Put me out of my misery, please. .zip. Which, if we go to literally the thing, we go to literally the source, Prismatica editor, this one, and can I open it in place? No. Can I just download it? Do you know what I mean? Like, why the fuck is this so fucking hard? Like, what do they do? What do they... I just... Source. Can I just, like, down... No, I have to download the whole thing. Alright, let me just... Open with... Download. Let me download it one more time. Directly from the publisher portal, right fucking here, where it says, here's the thing, this is the one, it says needs changes. Pscape, blah, 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 blah. There's the Google Drive thing. Don't copy that, because you'll get the plugin for free. Needs changes. We've now downloaded Marketplace Edition, putmeoutofmymisery.com. We go to source. We go to Prismatica editor. We go to Prismatica editor. So you're telling me that it fucking takes them 6 days to get back to me? And it's the fucking exact same email as last time. It even said, like, look at this shit. What the fucking fuck? I'm not gonna fucking show my ear. The name of the PDF that they sent me is Prismatica Interaction Plugin dash sheet 1 bracket 2 bracket 1.pdf. Fucking final pre-master. I'm actually raging. Let me reply. Hello, Marketplace Reviewer. Comma. I just double-checked the exact zip folder link that I sent in. I just double-checked and re-downloaded the exact zip folder that I sent in the last submission, and I can confirm with my own two eyes that there is in fact the correct copyright notice commented at the top of the file. Say eyeballs. The copyright notice commented. The copyright notice commented at the top of the file is correct. Brackets. Let me get that fucking file up. Oh, I can't be fucked. No, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. Oh my god, what are you... Fuck off. Leave the link in the email? Yeah, probably. Should I say hello human marketplace reviewer? Just to trick their AI bot into... Just originally extensive folder that I sent the last submission, and I confirmed with my two eyeballs that the copyright notice commented at the top of the file is correct. After I had been told to change it from the auto-generated Epic Games. There may have been a bug with the submission flagging, so here is the submitted link just to avoid any confusion. Charles. All right. So you can confirm the link I've published is the same. Yeah. There may have been a bug with the submission on your end, comma. So here is the same submitted link, just to avoid any confusion. Or there may have been a bug with the submission portal. No, you know, fuck it. They can. I'll be snarky if I want. All right, hello marketplace reviewer. I just double checked and re-downloaded the exact zip folder that I sent in the last submission and confirmed with my own two eyeballs that the copyright notice commented at the top of the file is correct after I had been told to change from the auto-generated Epic Games. Copyright. Maybe in a bug with the submission on your end, so here's the same submitted link. Just to avoid any confusion, https://drive. Wait, no, I shouldn't say that. And then, cheers, Charles. Send. I don't care about fucking grammar. Fuck grammar. Fuck these people. Fuck these dudes. Hello, everyone. Hey, you're joining a great time. You know, like, let me explain. Let me explain this whole shebang-a-bang. All right. So 6 days ago, No, two weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. I'm trying to submit the final V2 pre-master version of the plugin to the Epic Marketplace. And then it takes them a week to get back to me. Which is, yeah, fair enough. Okay, whatever. It takes a week. Fuck it. You know, I get everyone got fired, whatever. They get back to me and they say, hey, there is one file where the copyright notice hasn't been changed to your copyright notice. Because it was one of the auto-generated files, you know, the editor build.cs files that the project generates. And I figured, it's got like Epic Game, like, you know, maybe Epic owns the fucking copyright to the fucking build file. I don't know. So I'll just leave it as Epic, you know? And they were like, well, this one file doesn't have your copyright on it, blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, okay. I'll go out of my way to just change this one fucking commented line of code that I don't care. And then I resubmit it. And so 6 days later, you know, I've been refreshing every day, check my emails every day. I don't usually check my emails or my messages or anything like that. I check my email. I see marketplace support. I'm like, fuck yeah, it must have been, you know, it must have gone in. But let me read the email. Let me read the email. It says, hello, Charles. Please review the attached document and make the corrections listed. All code files need a comment at the top with the publisher name and intended year of publication. Prismatica editor.build.cs. The same file that I literally did, and I re-downloaded it, the link that I sent them, I re-downloaded the zip file, I looked in that exact file, and it says, 2024, copyright, Prismatica dev, all rights reserved, blah, 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 blah. So hopefully we hear back in, like, another week. You know. Have two CS files, right? One for Prismatica, Scaven, one for Prismatica. Okay, editor. Yeah. But it was only the what's it called one? The editor one that it says to thingo. Because, like, it says the file. Prismatica editor.build.cs. This is the last one they sent me. Right. Yeah. I'll go to Prismatica editor.build.cs. And then... and then the new one. Where is it? Here it is. And then the new one. The Prismatica editor.cs. So anyway, anyone that was, you know, looking forward to using the plugin in the next year from the Epic Marketplace, don't get your hopes up. Don't get your bloody hopes up. Also, Krim, what was that thing you sent me? It's chock-a-block. Chock-a-block? Bloody chock-a-block, mate. Bloody chockers in here. Innit? Anyway, that's my fun for the day. So we're going to get straight back to work. We are going to do the entity refactor. The entity refactor. Remain calm. All right, game time. Let's go to our maps. Grassy vibes. Awesome in it? Yeah, bloody in it. All right, let's see. What has errors? Yeah, just a couple of things. So... where did I want to start? Oh, Crevea, I ended up... You know how I was debating whether the container arrays and all the container functions belong on the entities directly? I decided, I reverted my previous decision, and they do now have a manager object, because I figured if someone wanted to rip the, you know, entity storage system and whatnot, it would probably be easier if there was a manager. So that they could just take the manager class, you know, and it could do all this shit, instead of needing to, like, implement all of the functions on entity itself. You know what I mean? Like, you could just take the manager, change the class. I don't know. Well, I mean, it is kind of still tied to entities, or like coupled to entities. But, yeah. That doesn't matter. Alright. This is good. This is good. Let's go to core. Let's go to... let's just play straight in editor. So we can play. Actions are all working. Properties are actually working, unfortunately, because our character is now dizzy all the time. And naked. Naked and dizzy. So we need to do our equipment object once again. I'm going to go to PICOS. We're going to go to equipment container object. We're going to yeet this. We are going to get the contained entities within, yeah, the equipment doodad. And then this is going to... do we even initialize running entity container static data? Yeah. Sweet. Get item at index is now no longer... Yep. Bam, bam. Nope. Son of a... There we go. You go there. You go there. You are... this fella. Why is get item at in... oh, this is just the override. Alright. Wait, what's the... can I call soup? What are you doing here? Get item at index. Nothing. Fair. I mean, this should be the base implementation. Oh, so this should be get entity at index. Let me go to the soup. Anyway, how's everyone going this fine morning? Get entity at index. Can't song makes you think of Nox. What is this track? I think this is a God Wars dungeon track from RuneScape. Yeah, it's God Wars. Let's try UE5's rigging system. Is that the, like, the new one? The 5.4 one? Also, does anyone have any insider info on when 5.4 comes out? Because I want to have all this done before that, so that I can dick around with the new movement component stuff. Movement system. Ah, gotcha. Next week? Okay. Great, sadly, level designing. Then happily level designing. There you go. We're now during... Oh, true. Yeah, GDC. That makes sense. Excited for modular control. Yeah, what's the... Can someone give me the rundown on the... What is the new... The shiny new... control rig something doodad? I know it was something about retargeting or creating a instant riggedy doodad. Bring figured spine and arms for the stuff you just drag and drop them on the joints. Ah, gotcha. So it's like Cascadeur. It's like Cascadeur, but it still sucks for animating. I was pointing. Let me. Oh, what is PICOS? About $2.50 from the bakery. Oh, like I said, engine by enchantment. Okay. Hey, it's kind of cool. Alright, character equipment. How do we want to do character equipment? Oh, so we can just get entity index, blah, 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 blah. So, there are two ways we can do character equipment. We can have all of the equipment in the one PICOS. Or we can do one PICOS per equipment. I'm kind of inclined to do... I think it would be easier to do the widgets for doing it all in one. I'll make a retargeted setup so you don't have to set up all the country files yourself each by hand. Ah, okay. One? As in one for the entire character equipment stuff. Makes sense. Yep. So now I'm just thinking, how do we specify? So like some things when they're equipped to the, like directly to the character, I guess to any container in general, some things get merged, others get hidden, and others get socketed. Just trying to think what the nicest way to dealio with that is. I'd probably want the entity itself handling that. So it would need a... like an on-equipped. Or an on-stored, actually. We just say on item stored. And technically, equipping something is storing it. We're storing it on our body. So we just say on stored, this is the PICOS type. This is the index that it's being stored to. We can then, if it's a character equipment doodad, we can look up the equipment slot from the index with this function here, and then feed that tag into like a branchy thing. You know what I mean? So let's take a helmet, for example. So a helmet, we can equip it to our hand. Or a dog can equip it to its mouth. A dog can pick it up with its mouth. The dog can't wear it, but that doesn't even matter. So when we pick it up, we will attach it to our hand. We'll socket it. Technically, we won't be socketing it. We will be using a physics handle, which is even more annoying. Which is another edge case, I guess. Then when we put it on our head, store it on our head, it instead gets merged to our character. So that would have to be a data asset, maybe? Or just an object that handles the thing. My physics handle over socket, never use physics handles. Because the clothing, when like clothing is spawned in the world, we simulate physics on it. And you can't attach a physics body. You can't socket a physics body. You can only socket the root component to another mesh. And the root of the... Because essentially all of our clothes, when they're just laying on the ground, it's technically... It's a character, but it's just a piece of clothing. But it uses the character skeleton. So if we attached it to the hand, it would just not do anything if it was simulated. If it was rigid, we could socket it, which is what we do for most static meshes. Or static meshes, or sorry, scaly meshes where the root is like has a physics body. So like a sword, its root bone is like the handle. But for a character, the root bone is like a floating bone on the ground for the rooty motion and stuff. Alright, so can be equipped here. This is actually irrelevant now. We have a can be stored here. Or at least we should. Can entity fit at index? Is there an umpire related meaning behind PICOS? Yes, it's the Prismatica inherent container object system. Which is just our way of storing entities within other entities. Let me get the whiteboarder. Here we go. Ever thought about replicating ragdoll physics? To some degree, yes. I can do ragdoll physics correction, but replicating the entire thing is kind of silly. My usual solution is just to periodically send a what's it called? An RPC from the client to the server, because the client has the authority. And then when they receive it on anyone but the owning client's end, they just add a force to the pelvis of the character, to just move towards the position that they're supposed to be at. So, like, if they fall over the wrong side of a fence, then it's kind of too late to do the correction. But if they, like, fall down a hill, then it's usually pretty spot on. But yeah, I definitely go down the corrective route rather than the like true physics replication stuff. So yeah, the gist of this is we've got entity, physical entity, which this is the main class at the moment, but I might add a parent class to it. We then have item, which is basically anything that can be wielded as a weapon. So it has like an attack move set. So a crate is not a weapon, because it can only be hold. I mean, you could use it passively as a weapon by picking it up and then throwing it at someone, but it isn't like... It doesn't have attack actions and whatnot. And then the living being is an entity. So like a human or a chicken is a living being. A dead living being is still a living being. Maybe it can be revived, who knows? But basically anything that is autonomous is a living being. But like a living being can still have storage, you know? That's like, we're talking about the what's it called? The equipment storage. But that humans also have stomach storage, where, you know, they have a volumetric and... yeah, they have a volumetric storage in their tummy, which can hold items, because items will still have a volume, if that makes sense. But substances, like water or gunpowder, they can't be stored in a grid storage. They have to be stored in something. So your hands will have a tiny bit of volumetric storage, but, you know. So if the crate itself, where would you place that? In that case? Yeah, it would probably just be like an entity, or like just entity without the other stuff. So that, you know, it can exist in the game world. It has a mesh. Or, well, it has a mesh when it's loaded. And it also has the capability to have containers. And also properties. So properties are like gameplay attributes, if you've used gameplay ability framework doodad. But they are a bit more self-contained. So like a crate might have a wood rot property, which is looking for a wetness property. And so as wetness is above 0.5, wood rot will increment upwards or something. Well, like, you know, the rate of wood rot is determined by a factor of the wetness property. So that would be like a property of a crate, a wooden crate. And then it is the property's job to actually, like, set the material parameters and all that kind of stuff. But that goes for, like, all living being. You know, like, health is a property Stamina is a property. Temperature is a property, I guess. But then limbs are items. So the character will have another, almost like an equipment component called a limb. Not component. An equipment PICOS, but it's like limbs. So you have limbs that can become detached. And each of those limbs will... what's it called? Have their own properties. So like their own health and that kind of thing. And then those limb healths get aggregated to the character's properties and stuff. So like the character's movement property is determined by the health of their leg items, health properties. You know what I'm saying? Primarily doing those do inheritance or staying composition based, like wieldable as an interface. So I kind of... It's still... Since everything is an entity, I'm implementing functions on the base class that get overridden in the child classes, just so that I can avoid using interfaces. Because everything is an entity, it's like... It's kind of cheaper to just call a function from their parent and for it to return, you know, -1 or something, than it would be to call an interface, right? Overriding is slow, is it? Slower than an interface? Because the stage that we're at right now is... Where's the... Oh. That's container. Overriding signs of... Okay. About the same as an interface. Interesting. But then I have to, like, make an interface, and it's like, ugh, you know what I mean? I mean, it wouldn't be too bad. I'd just have an entity interface doodad. Let me go up to PLSS. Go to Entity Object. So yeah, like for example, Entity Object has a get storage grid dimensions, which would return nothing. I don't know, maybe an interface would probably be cleaner, because it means we can just implement the appropriate dudes. With override, you just have to look up the VTail for the class before you call. It's not especially bad. Interesting. Well, I need to make a decision now. The one thing I hate about interfaces is that they come up all the time when you're trying to do shit, you know? Like this. Animation, BPI, blah, blah, blah. It's like, fuck, I don't care. I just want to notify the other thing, you know? But I guess I already have to do that with animations, because animations are an absolute cluster. Animation graph is a big cluster boy. Here's a character based on custom view object entity. Your characters inherit from default character view. So the the character is essentially just a host for the object. So I need to take this jacket off. So the character actor is just a regular dude, just a regular fella, and he just has a reference to his living being entity object, which has, like, you know, all of his stats and whatever. And then if I need to, in like an actual component, like the, you know, movement speed handling component or the movement component, I can just pull from the entity object, get its property manager, find property by tag, and, you know, get their total weight. So, like, the weight of the character and their backpack and all the things in their backpack, and if their clothes are wet, you know, it all gets summed up into the weight. And so then we can be like, yep, well, now the character weighs this much, and it will actually affect the physics. You know, if you go on a seesaw, the character will be heavier, or will be as heavy as the property tells them to be. Characters represent like a mirrored entity, like a prism creating a reflection. Don't know if reflection's the right word. I'm still not. You still haven't convinced me on that one. Although I do see the. I do see what you mean. All right. So I think I'll do. I think I'll interface. I think we'll do an interface. Let's go to. Here's the other thing, right? Do I ever need to interface with the data assets? No. We can just have them. If there's extra data on the data assets, we can just pull that via the object. Interfacing so state of a scaling mesh. Yeah. We can just return a mesh component and then cast to static mesh. If that fails, cast to scaly mesh, and then add component by class, and then set that as the root component. Probably. Although I'd still need to have two empty... No, I'd still need to have a scaly and a static mesh on the data asset. But I'd be able to just write a getter function called get mesh from dude, and then it would figure out, you know. Yeah. All right. Let's wait. What's PLS? Oh, right. That's the old dude. Let's do a new. How do I make an interface? Blueprint. Interface. Yikes. PLSS. Entity. Object. Interface. Alright, this is where we start to frick shint ump. So we need a get current quantity. Because again, not all things have a quantity. Or at least their quantity is 1. How do outputs. Can you make a pure... Hold on. Quantity. Pure. Wait, can you? Son of a bitch. Yo, any pure interfaces? Question mark, question mark, question mark? No? Is that not a thing? Any knowers? Any knowers? Where is it? Does it just want it to be a const function? I don't know. Anyway, figure that out. Let's set current quantities. I'm gonna input. Also, can you... No, you can't. No, it's silly. Silly. We need a new one called get grid container dimensions. This boy is going to return a... Nope. It's going to... Nope. I think I get what you mean. Hold on. Let me just go to, like item object. What are you doing? Right, you're the old one. If I go to doodad interfaces, entity, object interface. No, fuck off. Here we go. How does this work again? Interfaces, hello. And we say getter setters. We say implement event. Hello. What the fuck am I looking at right now? Hold on. Huh? Let me just... I think it's because I've got one the same name. Let's just get... Let's just kill this function and this function. And Okay, that one's fine. Can I just, like, de-implement? Motherfucker. What's with that K2 shit? It's bad using just one interface function to get all variables of the blueprint at once. Not necessarily, but you also won't know what variables to get, if that makes sense. But I think I get what you mean. Like, I could just say get quantity data, and it would return the current quantity and the max quantity and the something something. You know, and an is stackable boolean, maybe. Yeah, because it would likely process all of them, right? For classes that implement that interface will have that data, then I'd say it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, if it's like, here is every possible variable that we could ever possibly want from this one interface, and you only, like, you know, you've got like 20 of them and you're just using one, and then, you know, down the line you're doing that getter again and just using another one, it would be a bit of a nightmare. It kind of defeats the purpose of using an interface as like a getter, I think. maybe. Are these? They're not implemented. They're just. Yeah, so what's this? Is this normal? I feel like this is not normal. I feel like I just want to say set current quantity and have their quantity and be like, bam. You know? Isn't this the gist of it? You don't want the movement speed vary, you want the function for get movement speed. Yeah, because it might aggregate a bunch of stuff. What the fuck is happening here? Huh? Alright, let me just... You are getting... Just get yeeted for a second. Just, let's just, you know? Great idea. No, I didn't change anything anyway, except for just implementing that interface. Core. Stop doing that, shadows. What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, PLSS. We have the interface. Get current quantity. Return this one. Cool. Set current quantity. Just does this. New quantity. I didn't do any other shit. You've been good. You've been goodened. Right. I hate that you can't set a... You can probably set a default input, right? Yes. But that doesn't help. It's stupid. Right, what other interfacial do we need? New function called get pre-container dimensions. Oh, the mesh one. I feel like that's just a function of the data asset, though. Like, we'd just ask the data asset, get the mesh that is valid of the two that, you know. Shader Jesus, can I share my shader creation? Yeah, go for it. Chuck us a link. Also, Storm. Candy Mountain Charlie. Damn. Damn. So I don't know when to use interfaces. I mean, they're usually good if you use them for getting values of multiple actors without having to cast at all. Like I said, biased from everyone saying casting is bad. Now I have the habit of using interfaces. Even just for one actor to avoid having to cast to it. Yeah, I mean, you know. Casting's not the end of the world. Especially if you're just casting to a base class. Because the thing about casting is that it creates a reference chain. Logos manager, location, name, type. No, that's all defined by the classes. Because every entity has a location. Although I guess that location could be... Well, that would just be an inherent function, right? Although I guess if overriding is more expensive, or is on par, but I don't know. I feel like I'd just have a get location, which would just return the variable 99% of the time. If you have a reference to the interface, you might not have the entity reference. No? Say that again. Sending down. All right, let me have a geese. Chock-a-block. All right, what are we looking at? Ooh. Ooh. And that's all sprite-based? Yo, nice. We got correct normals. Yo, who up correcting they normals? Nice, nice. Not bad, not bad. Oh, God. Hell yeah. Yeah, 2D with normals is... is cool. Still have to figure out how roughness and specular AI calculate. Yeah. Yep. We need one for max stack quantity. Or do I just want to return that with get current quantity? If I don't use one of the outputs from the interface output, it doesn't run that code, right? Ah, fuck it. We'll just do a get max. Oh. Pretty sure it would. Okay. Get max stack quantity. Huh? Get max stack quantity. Name is already in use. I don't think so. Let's just call this get default max stack quantity. Why was that already taken? What the fuck? Why is it lying? Why is Unreal gaslighting me? So if we getters setters and we yeet these all, get storage dimensions, don't need. Max stack quantity, don't need. Get current quantity, don't need. Set current quantity, don't need. Do this, we compile, save them all. We open up, we're gonna get, where's the relevant one? Here we go. This one's gonna get angry? No. This is overriding in entity grid container, which is a... Why has it got an item? Right, add item at index. Isn't this now called... No, it is still called add item at index. Stupid ass. Incoming entity. Oops. Object. Index, add entity. There we go. Bam. There is. There we go. There we go. Ha 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 ha. Right, now we have to do this. Entity static data. Well, no, we just do our dude. We would just run get default max stack quantity massage. Does nothing if the blah 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 blah. So can I not purify? Let me goog. No pure version of BPI functions. Why? BPI functions are events unless you return something. Seems really strange. No. Forced by BPI to return something to not have the event taking space in event graph. Is that what was happening to me earlier? Most events can be converted to functions via right click. How this does not work for BPI events. There's one dirty workaround for this. First create a BPI function with return, then write the function in your blueprint and delete the BPI return afterwards. What the fuck? Everything you do now is only temporary till the next major refactor? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, so we can't have pure blueprint interfaces. Which is kind of... Maybe I do just want to implement in the base class and just, you know, just override when needed. You know what I mean? I don't know, I feel like interfaces just feel a little bit more clumsy. You know what I mean? Anyone? Any vibers? Like on one hand it's kind of nice because we can then just implement the interface only on the child entity classes that need it. On the other hand, it sucks because blueprint interfaces just suck. But then having all of the getters and setters defined, well, all of the, you know, compository getters and setters on the parent class, like defined or declared on the parent class, and then just overridden when needed to implement. Kind of. Do you know what I mean? It's not the worst thing. It just feels weird. Because it's like, oh, we've declared this thing because, like, one thing down the line might need it. Or, like, two things, maybe 2 things out of 50 things might use this thing that are, like, you know, cousins. Muted? Am I? No. No, I'm here. Hello? No, I am talking. Huh? What? Fuck are you talking about? Huh? I'm literally talking right now. And it says the audio's coming through. What, is it not? It's the audio's coming through. What, is it not? It's the audio's coming through. What, is it not? Huh. Maybe my gate was too hard. Alright, yeah. What an epic prank. That's right. Sorry, I'll talk a little bit louder. No, I was just saying that the benefits are... Let's do pros and cons. Alright, interface. The pro is we override... Well, we don't have to override anything. We can just implement the interface on any, you know, classes that... entities that need, you know, a stackable number or a, you know, contains grid space dimensions, whatever. The downsides are the blueprint interfaces are not purable, so they're a huge pain in the dick to use. And if they don't have a return function, they have to be implemented as an event. So they'd all have to return a boolean or some shit to get around that, you know, from being a huge dick pain. Then the other side of the coin is declaring a bunch of mostly unused functions on the base class, which would return the default by default, which would be like, you know, -1, or, you know, a boolean that says is not stackable or whatever. But then we'd override that on things that are stackable, or even just items in general. Or living beings that are stackable, like insects. Or we just give everything a fucking, you know, what's its stack number and whatever. Oh, its max stack is fucking -1, so ignore it. But that means that a substance would have a maximum stack, which is kind of weird. But it would be -1. Do you know what I mean? Now my internet's dying. What the hell? What the hell? See if that fixes it. Multiple interface group by type of property. Yeah, yeah, but it doesn't. It still doesn't really help us with the. They can't be pure, which means they have to get called on an execution line, which is kind of annoying. Maybe I'll just stick with the implemented as a function and then just overridden when needed. So I'm gonna throw it. Yeah, yeah. Keep in mind the keep in mind everything is an entity, right? Like entity is the base the base class. Everything derives from it. So like we don't really need to use an interface the way that, you know, you'd need to use an interface where some things are actors and some things are components and some things are objects, and you know, this is the animation graph needs an interface or whatever. It's just like we know that everything's an entity. You know, it's also when the things are using it a different class. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Because I feel like by implementing a getter in the parentmost class, and it being essentially unused in that class, but then overriding it on, you know, siblings or like cousin classes differently, depending on, you know, whatever. I feel like that's kind of like chill. Because again, that's the thing. It's not like the function is getting duplicated every time we spawn a new object. The function just exists on the parent class. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think interface is kind of over-engineering it. I feel like the only reason we'd use an interface is to, like, say that we are using an interface, you know? Can a function library do the same? You could kind of make it do that, but it isn't really... Nah, not really. I mean, you could do, like, a bunch of cast chains to figure out what the thing is and then get the return value from that. But that kind of just takes all autonomy away from the classes. Like, it kind of defeats the purpose of defining classes, you know? Like, the way that I imagine doing it, kind of. Right, let's just go to our map again. And we will see if things are still deleted that I now regret deleting. PLSS. Entity object. God damn it. When was my last... it's fine. Fuck it. Alright, let's get rid of this interface. Get delete. Just force delete. Easy. Let me just fix up redirectors. Alright, we've taken a step back, but now it's time to take 2 steps forward. Copium. Also, keep in mind, these getters and setters are just for, like, a few specific things. The rest of it is set up as nested objects, which is, like, a lot more modular. It's just that some properties that aren't properties, like quantity, or, like, stack quantity, which is really just a... You know, you gonna rename the game to Prismatica? Yes, absolutely. Get current stack quantity. Let's get entity. Get entity stackable data. And then yeet out 2 things, maybe? Current. Oh. Yeah. Just do a current and a max. Just, you know. Just one function. Why not? You should be negatory. You should be negatory. Got any you know? Oh good, oh good. Thanks for hanging. You know what the exception access violation crash error means? What else does it say? Oh my god, I can't spell dimensions. What the fuck's wrong with me? Also, that should be... actually, it'd be cheaper to do this, I'm pretty sure. So everything that was open content browser. Are you a Blueprint Giga Chad or a C++ virgin? Also, is it crashing all the time or is it just a one-off thing? So I'm going to call this quantity data. either create a C++ class or enabling plugins. Once that happens, when I plug something into WP. Oh, gotcha. Kind of just sounds like Unreal being Unreal, you know? Are you using like hot reload or anything? Oh, that's supposed to have a... This should be a dude. I guess splitting... Well, no, splitting an entity should be a property or should be a function of containers. Yeah. Let me just do set quantities. Just to stop shit breaking as much. Alright, let me just go to PICOS, go to the grid. That's going to be angry. Incoming entity object is an entity object. Entity object get incoming entity object. We're just going to get the quantity data. You need to be a pure function. Fantastic. You are now pure. Default max stack quantity. Cool. Now we know that the thing is a stackable. It is greater than 1. Makes sense. Get entity at index, the incoming index. That's going to return an entity. Is there not one there? Can the incoming entity fit at this place? Can fit. If yes, add to the thing. This needs to be on entity stored here. On entity stored here. You need to be an entity object. Does a Right. Hold on. The in item object. Where are you? Oh, you're up here. Item object. You have a contained inside PICOS. You are getting moved to the parent class. Thank you. Right. Contained inside PICOS. Very good. So now here, you should have a... I'm gonna just redo that anyway. Set contained in PICOS. Bam. Bam. Good enough. Terra Fiero. Hello, hello. The recognizing name from YouTube. What's up, dude? What you working on? I am working on... I don't know. I really don't know. I wish that I knew. I'm doing a really big refactor. A big code refactor. So that we can cut off someone's arm and then slap them in the face with it. It's just a joke. But it's not a joke. I mean, it would be possible, but that's not the reason that I'm doing the refactor. So I think my internet has chilled out a bit. I can probably up my rate again. Go 2.5K. Fantastic. I think that entity just entity container object. Yeah, so let's just do entity incoming. Cool. And then you are... What was I about to... Let's just go up to the base, entity container, blah, 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 blah. This will need to split entity in here. I don't fucking know. Split these nuts. Current quantity... Split entity in here. So we'd need the incoming. Well, entity to split. Sploit. Entity, bam. We can run our get the fella. Get quantities. We can do a quick little check to just double check that it is stackable. So only if greater than 1 maximum staximum do we want to go and do this. So we'd want to get the current quantity minus the amount to split. Amount to split object reference. No, integer. You can just yeet here. How can I... That's it. That's the one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Fantastic. Even better. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Beautiful. Can you just, like, do that? Do this. That's not bad. Cool. Get set entity quantity. So I want to just make sure this is a nice little blueprint burger. Entity to split. Set entity quantity. Bam, bam. Then we want the amount to split. You're going to yeet into here. The static data is entity static data. Why are we constructing PICOS base entity container object? The fuck? That ain't it. Fuck off. We want to create a new entity to split. Doi. Get class. No. Well, actually, entity to split object reference. I mean, that will work. No, does get class return the... Does it return the class of the context of the object, or does it return the true class? You know what, fuck it, we'll just be safe. Get your static data. Get the class from here. Entity, object class. Can you duplicate an object? No. Not in Blueprint. That sucks. Because we would want to copy all the properties as well. I'd have to delve into the sepal-deeples to do that. Oh, I mean, I could just... Anyway. Construct a new fella. Initialize that MF. What does this even take in? Gives it a PICOS, which just does it. Ah, from its static data and whatnot. Alias entity object. Here. This has a reference to the static D. But that's not enough, because that's its default static D. We need to set static data. Then it would be good to go. Be good to construct itself. The old self-constructor. I mean, really, I should make the static data a thingo. Exposed on spawn. So that I never forget to do it. Entity static data. You are exposed della spawnerino. Bam. Oops. Here. Can I refresh you? Care for some refreshments. There we go. Static D in there. Cool. Initialize that bad boy and then set quantity to, you guessed it, the how did I fuck this up? The remainder. Oh, right, yeah, the amount to split. Yeah, literally. Literally, innit? What about we do this? Just put it over the top. Do this. Oh, autosave? No, don't autosave. Let me undo all that. Fuck. Trying to kill me. All right. Oh, we need a return function. Return. Return. This is the new object. And the quantity of... Oh, we can just get that from the new object. This is the new entity object from the split operation. Right. Very good. All right, what else is angry? This needs the entity fella. Bam. The thing in here is going to get angry because we now need get grid dimensions. You are pure. There you go. Entity grid dimensions, you're going to get a splitterino. Chuckerino into the pinerinos. You're all good. That is greater than or equal to 0, then do this. Bam. For each thing in the inventory, do the thing, coordinate to check, blah, 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 blah. That's all good. This one here is now not item static data. It is... We've got this one. And then we've got the temp, which is the one that we are... what's it called? If we're trying to put something where something already is, or if it's being placed where something already is, as in our character starts to do the thing and then starts to move it and starts to put it in the backpack, but then someone else comes along and puts it in, then we do this. Just in case, obviously. However, they could just stack. So that's why this is all a big fucking nightmare. Yeah. Yep. Or if we intentionally... I mean, this is how we intentionally do it with stackables anyway. Yeah, because if there is an object already there, valid. If the incoming is a stackable, denoted by whether its max quantity is greater than 1, then yes. If the... This one, item entity object static data, and the temp entity static data are the same class, then we know they be stackable. Because they're the same thing. So you and you. Cool. And also is the incoming... What the fuck is this? Current quantity and default... Right, so we can get quantity data. The current quantity is greater than... is not greater than or equal to... Why the fuck did I... Yeah, just let me I need to Google real quick how to grow brain cells. What's this? This is... is the current quantity less than... exclusive, the max quantity? Yes. Bam. Idiot. So stupid. Alright, then this one Get entity top left index is not real. This should be get entity index. No, because the, well, yeah, no, fuck you. Get entity top left index. I guess just within the context of the container grid, then it's fine. This is the index we're adding to. So, like, we've overlapped it on top of a stackable. This is the thing. This is the one we're trying to put it at. This is the one we're comparing it against. Why will you not fucking... Can you just, like, fuck off? Yeah, I mean, shouldn't this just be the get entity or get entity index? Or get what do I even call it? Get entity search no. Get contained item object info, which will look through the entire dude until it hits the one. And then return its index. That's literally... Where are you? This one. Literally me right now. Yeah, let's just go up a dude, though. Get entity... What the fuck was it called? Get contained item object info. This should be called get contained entity. And not info, it should just be index. This is then done got. This is a Boolean. So you should go first. There you go. So then in here, we have this. Done got yes. If not, did not done got. That default should be negatory. Negatory unus. Easy. Alright, where are we now? More dead references. Fuck yeah, boy. Oh, fuggles. Alright. Incoming and this one. Let's get quantity data. You are the current quantity. Boop. And the temp entity, blah, blah, blah. Quantity data. You are this. You are this. You can fuck off. Now, how do I want to deal with things that can exceed the stack size, but only in certain containers? It's like a container logic. You know what I mean? Like a max stack size multiplier. Actually, that's probably just how I'd do it. I'd say, oh yeah, this, wherever we use max quantity in here. The only problem then is when we try to remove a stack that's exceeded its default stack size. We just have to make sure that when we try to remove it, we only remove its default stack size. And just split it. And we'd have to do it multiple times, I guess. Unless it's going to another container that would... Yeah. Alright, any object set quantity. Bam. You are this. Hello. We've then got the leftover. That is the incoming entity. You are going to get... No, you're going to set quantity. Set any quantity. You go right here. Bam, bam. That's the leftover. Wait, incoming entity object. Right. Yeah. Makes sense. What's going on with this execution line? Yeah, I'm about to be executing. Alright, incoming fella. We're going to search the container for more space, because it seems like you didn't get fit. This is search this container for space. If we do find some in this container, add entity at index. Bam. This index that we found space at. If you didn't, then let's... There was no room after stacking. We need to try putting the remainder somewhere else. Bruh. So this is where you'd probably want to search all containers. This should be called search all contained containers. You know what I mean? I wonder if I can do a reverse search. Or like an in-out. An in-outy. Also, this is the entities grid. Bam. This is the incoming entity object. Bam. There we go. How's the inventory going? Yeah, fine. Yeah, you know how it is. I'm still just chipping away at all the stuff that I gutted. Aren't that unique items? Why can you not... Can you like fuck off? There we go. Entities grid. New list is entity obj. Yeah, we're doing like a sub refactor. Which is like... Just while doing a refactor, we decided to refactor the refactor. Which was to make all entities storable. Entities grid, yeah. This one... Item object to remove. This is remove entity. Because I figure there's going to be a lot of, like... Even just, like, conceptual containers, like an army. So an army isn't real. But an army... contains soldiers, you know. Like, when it comes to navigating and, you know, doing the overworld, you know, world-scale navigation stuff. It's just a lot easier if we just call 100 people an army. Or, you know, 10 squads in one army. Kind of thing. So even, like, people can get... like, living creatures can be stored in a conceptual container. It's getting a bit fucking meta. But then it also allows us to store living creatures in literal containers. Like, in a barrel. You could put a person in a barrel. Or if you find someone short enough, you could put them in a backpack. Or just like an animal carcass is like technically still a living being. So, you know, a rabbit has a... well, a rabbit might have an equipment container where it can put on a rabbit helmet. But then the rabbit also has its internal organs container. Which has its internal organs. Which houses its stomach container. Which houses the things that it's been eating. So, like, you know, if a bear bit someone's arm off, and you went and killed the bear, you'd be able to find their arm in the stomach of the bear. Bear in a wheelbarrow being pushed by another bear. Exactly, exactly. So I think just having generic container functionality is just a big good. Because the initial thought was, oh, an entity can have an item container, and then those items can contain other items. But then I was just thinking, like, why don't we just say an entity can contain, or can have containers that contain other entities, and just do all the nesting from the entity class. Because then you can have, we've got an army with some wagons, and those wagons have barrels on them, and those barrels have, you know, a stowaway assassin in it. And that assassin has equipment, and that equipment has items in it. And then those items, maybe glass bottles, can be full of gunpowder. And it's just all a lot easier to virtualize. Because we've got that hierarchy of, like, you know... How do you connect them all? Through the PICOS. It's all through the PICOS. Yeah, essentially, no, I'll wait. Hold on. The PICOS. Someone has to... I'm waiting. What's a PICOS? About $2.50? Yeah. So good. What a fucking ripper. What a bloody ripper, mate. Yo, what's a PICOS? But legit, what would win in a fight? A bear or a PICOS? But no, for real, how do I connect them all? So, every entity, so everything, has a variable for a PICOS container manager object. And that manager object just has an array of PICOS, object references. And each of those PICI has a generic set of functions like add entity at index, remove entity, can entity fit, split entity, all that good shit. But the containers can handle it completely different. So, like, for example, we can ask something, like, we can have a helmet, right? If we ask the container grid, let's just say for some reason a human person they've got their equipment container object, which is, you know, their equipment. They equip stuff. But then for some reason, they've also got, like, an inherent grid inventory in them, you know? Like an enlarged prison pocket. So we could ask the prison pocket, can we fit this item? And it would do a check over the grid array and be like, oh yeah, you can fit at this index. And so then we could add it at index and it would put it in the spatial grid. Or if we asked the equipment inventory or the equipment PICOS, then it would instead iterate over every index as an equipment slot and do a check. Does this thing satisfy these tags? You know, can we equip this helmet? Do we already have a helmet on? Do we have a head? Do we, you know, is our nose too big to fit this helmet on it? You know, we can just do all the conditions in there. As like a completely unique, like, rule. Or a different way of handling it. So, like, as another example of a different kind of inventory style is like a volumetric inventory where you can fill up a bottle with 90% water and 10%, you know, poison or something. And that would be purely volumetric. But then you could have a hybrid PICOS, like a stomach, for example. So a stomach needs to be able to house liquids or substances, which are items that are only holdable in containers. So, like, you can't put water in a backpack. I mean, you can, but it will, like, you know what I mean. Or you can't just, like, put gunpowder in, like, do you know what I mean? I mean, like, you can put gunpowder in a crate, but it you know, kind of fills up from the bottom to the top, if that makes sense. But anyway, so a stomach would be a hybrid where you can put in items, like an apple item. You can just swallow the whole shebang-a-bang. But then it can also have liquids and, you know, substance, which substances aren't items, technically. But anyway, then you can just say that, okay, this has a certain volume. Every entity has a volume inherently. So an apple, even though an apple gets used in a spatial grid inventory, it still has a volume. So the apple can be stored in the stomach in just like a list. So, like, you can have infinitely many items as long as they don't exceed the volumetric capacity of the inventory or the container. So yeah, it's just very neat. He's saying the stomach is a PICOS. I'm saying the stomach is a PICOS. That's right. The stomach is a PICOS. Well, actually, the stomach is an item which houses PICOS. Because you can technically remove the stomach and the contents along with it. You know? So the stomach would be an item contained in the living being's limbs, limbs PICOS. And then... So yeah, so it's nested like living being. Living being has its equipment, but it also has its limbs and body container. And then within that list of body container, you could have the stomach, which is one of many organs and limbs and whatever. Which sounds stupid. It sounds overkill, but it's like we're doing it anyway for the limbs, because if your limbs get damaged, then, you know, your character is less agile, or, like, you know, they have less strength, or they can't move as fast, or they can't jump, and they start limping and whatever. And it actually turns out to be easier if the limbs of the character are items, because then or are entities, which they would be items, because then they'd each have their own property manager, so that it's a lot easier to deal with, this arm has an injury, and it's its own thing. So let's say like an arm had like an arrow stuck in it, and it had like an infection, and it's like, oh fuck, like, you know, it's fucked. And then someone just comes and cuts it off. Then we don't have to deregister the infection and the arrow and all that stuff. We literally just detach the arm item, and all of the properties of that arm go along with it, you know? And then we can pick up the arm with our remaining arm and destroy the MF that chopped it off in the first place. And that's just a fun bonus. That's just a side effect of the underlying system. But yeah, so the same thing would work for the stomach. The stomach could be a container which houses, you know, the food and stuff that your character eats. And then we just have a list of food and substances in the stomach, and we just we literally digest them and get the buffs from them over time. So then if you chucked up your guts, then you'd stop processing the buffs from the food and whatnot. Or like I said, if a bear, you know, bit off a character's hand, but their wedding ring was on that hand, and they were like, bro, like, I don't care about the hand, but I need to get that wedding ring back. Then you could kill the bear and then remove its stomach limb, and then inside the stomach would literally be, you know, a little grid, and it would be like, hey man, here's that ring, you know? That's fucked up. Anyway, enough talking, more doing. Also, Sov, how's the arbitrary backend stuff going? It's good. It's getting there. I just had a big, like, existential, not existential, but like a sort of debate about whether to use an interface or overridden functions for things like getting the quantity of something, or like the max stack size, or like the grid dimensions. Because I mean, everything inherits from entity, so it's like I may as well just do getter setters as functions, because interfaces, blueprint interfaces can't be pure. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. Because then it's like, if I wanted to... Wait, where am I? Root container, remove item. Right, another thing. But But yeah, if I wanted to, like... Excuse me? I want to get this one. What do you mean? Ah, right. Oh, no. We just want to use get index. There we go. That's the one. But yeah, so I decided against interface. Maybe I'll regret that in the future. Potentially. But there isn't that many things that actually need to be getter setted. Really. I mean, I could just put a maximum stack size on everything. You know, even like a character. Which isn't a bad idea, because some living beings are stackable in inventories, like bugs. Or like worms. You know, worms might be a living being rather than just items. So you can dig up a bunch of worms. And then you could put them all in your back, like loose in the backpack. And then your stack of 20 worms would gradually turn into just single stacks of like individual worms while you're not looking. That would be funny as hell. So then you'd want to put your worms in like one smaller container so that doesn't happen. That'd be so good. And that's when you feed eyes with the dirt. Exactly. Yeah. Melissa, hello. You are important encouragement, my friend. We are building a better tomorrow together. Thank you. Using Blueprint, in theory, anything bought off Unreal Marketplace can be modified. Yes. If you mean like... I mean, most systems on the Marketplace are built with Blueprint, or at least mostly Blueprint exposed. Or like template thingos, you know? Oh, God. Don't ask about the plugin. I don't want to talk about it. Did you watch the start of the stream? Did you watch the VOD? I had a bit of a meltdown. Let me see if they've emailed back. No. It's going to be another 6 days. They for anyone that wasn't there, consider yourself lucky, but I got an email back and they sent the same PDF as last time, but it was like the name of the PDF was like Prismatica interaction plugin, you know, changes needed, brackets 2, brackets 1. So like it's like it's the third one, but it's this, I don't know, it's just stupid. But yeah, anyway, so the previous thing for review was that there was one copyright comment that hadn't been changed, and it was one that was auto-generated by Epic. So I figured, oh, it's going to be, you know, the same. Like, they probably don't want me to change that one because it's in the build file, and it's like, you know, it's probably their proprietary build code shit, and I should just keep it as it says, you know, copyright Epic Games. But they wanted me to change that one to my copyright, So I did that and sent it back to them. And then another week later, keep in mind it was literally one line of commented code that they could have copy-pasted from one of the other files and just, you know, replaced it, whatever. I mean, I get it, you know, I have to be the one to do it, but whatever, it's stupid. Anyway, 6 days later, today, I get another email, and it's the exact same comment. It says, in the Prismatica editor build.cs file, the copyright needs to be at the top, you know, commented out, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, maybe I accidentally sent in the wrong one. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Anyway, I went to the publisher portal, and I literally copy-paste the link that I sent them, that I submitted to them, downloaded it from that zip, just to really double-check that that's the one I sent them. And yes, it turns out that I'm correct. The copyright notice was changed, and it's just been, I don't know, they've just sent me a thing that was the same as the last one, even though it's a different submission. It's not like I just emailed them with the new link. Like, I literally changed the link and like resubmitted it through the doodad. So I don't know. It's just, you know. And yeah, that's why it costs $10 extra on the marketplace. So if you wanted to get it on the marketplace, you're paying the Unreal tax. Because fuck that shit. Love auto-generator replies. Yeah, I don't even know if I've spoken to a human yet. Maybe this servers have the old file cache. That's what I thought. And so I sent them an email back saying there might have been some, you know, some like weird stuff going on with the portal. So I sent in the email the link. Because I figured it might have been, you submit like a version number and then the link. But I didn't change the version number because nothing changed in the code. So maybe it was that I don't know. The link was different. Anyway, it's real stupid. I'm real angry. I'm like, actually, like, I don't usually get angry. Like I'll pretend to be angry, like, for the stream and, you know, have a bit of a meme around, but, like, I'm actually furious that it's taking this long. Like, it is so not a good time. Should I have to change the link? Everything else doesn't affect. Yeah, and that's exactly what I did. Changed the link and clicked resubmit. At them on Twitter. Fuck that. No. Maybe confused on the zip name. Well, it was a new link. Like, I sent them a new link to the new file. Although, yeah, maybe. No. The zip name was very different. Like the actual zip file itself. It was called Prismatica V 1.02.7 Marketplace Edition Final Put Me Out of My Misery Please .zip. Which was different to the V 1.02 blah 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 Marketplace Edition. Have you played Skibbity Backrooms on Steam? It's game of the year. What the fuck did I just read? Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, Manny. Yeah, if they unzipped... No, because it would all be automated. I don't know. It's... So, yeah, subtle messages. Exactly. Very subtle. Anyway, let's... Contained entities grid. You are the item object to remove. So this is removing an item. This should be remove entity, though. Entity-based container. Remove item is remove entity. Just running the 2-year video how to make trees for Prismatica is still more or less up to date. Just saw stuff on the tree website about how the software is old or something. I don't use it anymore because I've kind of gone in a more like kind of not more photorealistic, but the models are a bit more high fidelity, so I end up just getting some from like Quixel and whatnot. But if the software runs, it's still really good. But you would need to double check that it runs properly, because I don't think it's like supported officially anymore. Although I think there's a community version or something. I can't remember. But yeah, Tree It is like really good. Oh, so I'm gonna close my blinds. It's a bit too bright for me. When I submitted some texture assets to the marketplace, it took less than 24 hours to get approved on a week. What the fuck? That's fucked up. That's actually crazy. They must have been like, fuck. It's Manfred. We better, you know, buckle down and get this shit on the marketplace, you know? Why do I... Oh, right, because if we split it... Yeah, if we've split it, then this is a new object. Very good. AI art approved by AI. It's like a... It's an inside job. It all makes sense now. So they use AI... They use AI bots for the entire approval process. And so the AI bots are approving all of the AI thumbnail and AI art, you know. The AI slop onto the marketplace. It's like, It's almost like self-replication in a way. That's crazy. Who's that? Little Shika? What are you doing? Come here. Come on, yeah. You gonna come sit? You're good. I want to close that blind. Your little nest. I'm gonna have to get you up. Hold on, let me just do that. All right, I'll be right back. I might make a coffee. I don't know. I'll be. Yahoo! Hello. I'm back. I'm warming up my neck. Trying to promote blood flow to the brain, you know? Gotta achieve that flow state. Like blood flow state. And also my face has gone numb, so... Do you guys ever get that? Like when you stay awake sitting up for too long and like your lips and like nose start to go numb? You start to smell burnt toast? No? What do you mean? I thought that was relatively norm. Oh, this feels so good. Steam API gives me a migraine. Damn. Yeah, that sounds like not fun. Right before half my face starts to droop? Yeah, exactly. Oh, there goes my... Oh, God. Let me fix my camera real quick. I'm back. Oh, no. Not quite. Not quite. Nice. Nice. Alright, let's continue. Remove entity from grid container object. So the default functionality is going to be entity to remove contained entities. We want to actually set array element because we want to leave it null. This is this. Index is... but if it's a slot with the whole shebangity banger. I need to remove... Right, well, there's this thing here. Okay, well, I better just do this first. So this is entity to remove. Bam. We are going to get the quantity to remove. We're going to get quantities. We're going to do this. We're going to yeet you out of the way. Try to remove more than the current quantity. We just take the whole thing. Makes sense. Can you just, like, live right there? Thank you. Cool. You could just chill. Good on you, mate. Good on you, mate. Then we get the entity. Oh. To remove. You are the split this item. We're going to split entity in here. Right, because it's no longer the objects. It's the PICOS that does the splitting. And then I'll have to write a duplicator. New entity object, removed entity object. That is here, removed entity object. So if we only removed a part of a stack, that new part becomes a new object, which then gets spat out here. That is all fine. Easy. Removed from this PICOS. Yep. Alright, almost there. So now we've got the item object to remove. Is the entity to remove now? You go there. Object. This equals that. We then... yeah, just iterate over every contained entity. And if they are equal to this entity, then set them to null. And then the removed entity is... the entity to remove. If we make it to here. Now this function actually would work the exact same for the base class. It's just that we may want to break this loop if it's like not a grid. But it would be way neater. Or like we'd want to be like until like, because usually this would be a unique list. Do you know what I mean? Fuck it, I'll just do the old. Give it the old razzle-dazzle. Go to the base entity container, remove entity. Do this. And just fucking whatever. If there's a fella, blah, blah, blah. In this case, we would want to immediately... that would be null. Well, it would... yeah, fuck it. This is just contained entities, full stop. True, that is the difference. That's the difference, right. So then here, this would be removed entity object, which is the entity to remove. Removed from container is the shelf. You smack that bad boy in there. If we complete and this hasn't happened, then it's null. Because it's like, oh, well, this wasn't actually here to begin with. This would just be all contained entities, unique list for the default behavior. We also want to do an on-removed thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to tell the item, hey, you got removed, so now you have a chance to do something worthwhile for once in your miserable life. Alright, cool. So we have done all our functions almost. What are you? This is our add entity at index in our grid type dude. That can DIY. I'll keep them there. Is a max quantity greater than 1? Incoming is a stackable. Yep. Yep. Right, so this is our incoming. Bam. Search container for space. If yes, the container with space. This would search subcontainers, wouldn't it? This is for each index grid. Yeah, it is different to the usual. If can fit, then this. That doesn't need to be there. If this completes, then it says no. So that's all good. So that's just this. And then add it at the index. So this doesn't search child containers, which I feel like we'd want to do. Search container for space. Yeah, this should then search containers inside for space. Or there should be a boolean at least to do that. To recursively search downwards. If there wasn't space, then try again. Yeah. So, Final Fantasy VII music. It's old school RuneScape soundtrack. Alright, we can compile. Cool. Alright, so the hard part is now... Well, this isn't going to compile. We've got a bunch of things that are just dead. Like the physics asset. Which should probably be... defined anyway on entity static data. No, but not all entities have a physics asset. So I guess that's just another function, get physics asset. Or just get default mesh? No. I'll just unplug it for now. Set physics asset. Oh, that's because we're doing merging. That's a nightmare. Wow. Let's just put you down there. All good. Well, not quite. Entity. So this is spawn contained item actor. That can just be unhooked as well. We don't have to worry about that. This is generate object from editor data. Also don't need to worry about you. That's fine. Character scaling mesh merging handler. We don't need to worry about right now. Let's just unhook that, and that should be fine. Thumbnail generator, just don't even bother. Just don't. There you go. Hello? Just don't do it. You will get refactored down the line. Armor durability. Why are you not... Right, because equipable to slots is no longer real. Why did it matter, though? The materials. Ah, because if it was in the hand, then we would need to set the material parameter on the owning actor, but... Sorry, on the item actor, but if it was merged, we would need to set it on the character. And it would have a different name, usually. But that isn't relevant now. Thank you. All right, now we're into the meat and the bones and the potatoes with bones in them. It's widget time. It's widget time. What's this one angry at? Alright, get entity default grid dimensions. This is... We don't need item object anymore. That is no longer real. We just get the grid container. We get the widget PICOS container. We get its owning entity. We get its dimensions. This is then that. Nice. Added entity at index is looking for nothing. This would be the... what are you doing? Pris drag drop, as pris drag drop, get the payload item object. That should be entity object. So we, hello? Need to drag drop. The drag drop now is from entity. Entity. Well, no, I probably want to do from container. Well, from PICOS container. So from entity, entity object. And then payload item object is also entity object. This is also called payload entity object. Sweet. Right, that should break a few more things. Yep. Very good. This is now temp entity object. Why do I need to... Right, yeah. This is a entity object. Thank you. Yeah. Check space for payload. This is calling payload incoming entity object. Can entity fit at index? Payload is item object reference. This was defined in the base class where we would, what the fuck? Initialize these nuts. Initialize PICOS widget item object. That should be... entity object. This is entity object. This should be called widgets. Owning entity object. And then we do a bunch of other shit, but YOLO. Die. Die. Time to die. How is everyone? Oh, so what time is it for all you guys? $6 p.m. Tea time? Hell yeah. 0415. That is very early. 9:15 p.m. Hell yeah. Time for the nighttime coffee. So fighting the 16 light limit in Godot. Why is there a 16 light limit? Like 16 overlapping lights, or just 16 lights full stop, rendered at once? Does Godot use on one service? Okay, so it's is it forward rendering? Because if it was deferred rendering, it should be doing the lights in a screen space pass. Showing SDF loading right now. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Another 9:15. Hell yeah. 8 p.m. looking at Quixel Bridge. As in looking at the plugin itself, or you're just browsing all the Quixel content. What is working 2D? Yeah, exactly. Payload entity object. Payload is check space for payload. Payload entity object. Well, this should just be called entity. Entity payload. Bam. Why does that look so ugly? Putting MSF, so since developing particle system and animation using a lot of rebuild assets, but main characters and custom rebuild in my... Yeah. I get you. Yeah, I do the same thing. All of my, like, generic assets are all... This is on item order. Remove item from previous location. Remove entity from the PICOS that you were in. Remove all. Removed entity object. Blah 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 blah. So this just needs to live up. Move. Remove item. Yep. Remove. Item from previous location. Move to parent class. Bam. Up you go. And now you are called... I guess this is a thing of the entity itself. I don't like that though. I mean, if I've got a reference to the thing, anything can call the removal of it. But then that's putting container logic on the entity itself, not the manager. Gonna try to fix the sounds on time. Oh, you mean adding the bass to them? Or do you mean just in general? Because everything's broken. Everything's broken at the moment. If you just meant like to implement things in general. Oh, you mean, okay, yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Then we'd have like modular sounds. Maybe I can fix other stuff. Potentially. I mean, I might be done with this stuff. Like, we might actually be at that stage again, which would be great. Does this go on the PICOS manager? Because the PICOS manager just has utility functions on it. Yeah, I think I'll just put it on the manager. Oh god. Wait, check that out. I can just keep adding... Oh wow, that's so cursed. Look at that. Deep fried nodes. That actually offends my eyeballs. I don't know the house thing. Ah, true. Alright, so this no longer needs to exist. Because I don't want the entities to have any container logic on them. So I think that's fine. So then we just want to... okay, this will kind of get scuffed. We're going to get the entity object. We're going to get the owning... Well, no. Oh, we can get the owning... Yeah. No. Get. And then remove. You factoring on top of the old system? Kind of. Sort of. Yes. Yeah, I guess, like, over the top of. Just like to make sure that all of the functions exist that need to exist. But all this reference replacing is me doing the mid-refactor. Like the refactor halfway through the refactor. Know what I mean? Holy shit. Je suis Christ. Beat the notification? Yay, fast boy. Yo, Oculus! Hello. Hello. Take care of the kids? I will. They're in safe hands. They are in safe hands. Welcome, Raiders! How's the stream? Although, if you've got to be somewhere odd, then get out of here. But if the Raiders would like to answer, then that's fine. Good, some material answers. We're on outline materials. Nice. Were they material overlays, or were you doing post-process, or inverted hull material ID doodads? Post-processor and inverter. Okay, yep. Nice. Hell yeah. This would then be the... Being working frame rate, inverted hull looks good, but requires a specific type of mesh. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I feel ya. Because inverted hull doesn't... It works well for, like, things that are, like, spherical and don't have, like, jagged edges. As soon as something's got a jagged edge, it won't, like, expand. It'll just move. Trying to think if there's any alternative. Need a second inflation. Yeah, like a custom-made one. Yeah, because if you just extrude it along, or not extrude, if you just inflate it along its normals, or if you were just doing like WPO, vertex normal, and just expanding it that way, it still wouldn't work for like one-sided faces. So yeah, you'd have to do... For some reason, I'm just picturing like cat ears for some reason. If they were like, you know, but they were just like triangles on the head, right? They would just move along the normals, and they wouldn't get any outlineage. So you'd need to do, yeah, like a custom, like, encasing. Which sounds like a nightmare. And would take a lot of verts. But then, yeah, the post-process one is tough because it's like, even if just one little thing is outlined, you're iterating over the entire screen just to figure out, oh, this, like, you know, this coin in the bottom corner is outlined. And you gotta do this giant post-process just for that one tiny little thing. You want to do it softly? Yeah, spiral blur. I know the spiral blur. They call me Mr. Spiral Blur. They don't really, but I'm a bit of a spiral blur enjoyer. Yeah, if you wanted it to be smoothed... What's the solution then? Here's a solution. I have a solution. Can you... Alright, here's my solution. It's dumb, but it might just work. It's really dumb. Let me get base mesh. Alright, check me out. Oh, it wouldn't work for soft, though. Or maybe it would. Alright, here's our fella. Luckily, our character's pretty low poly. Alright, so the gist of it... you could do this all in one mesh. But we get this, and we use the camera offset dude. Oops, that's not it. Camera offset. There you go. Offset amount. We'll make that a fella. Camera offset WPO. Base color, slightly less black, grey. Maybe a little bit of blue in there. Yeah, good on ya. Good on ya, mate. Good on ya. Alright, here it comes. I do local. Yeah. Alright, maybe that's a little bit too... Let's just move them in a tiny bit. Just trust. Also, this is very stupid. And then wait for it. Wait for it, wait for it. It's not terrible. Fuck, you'd need to do it. Well, no, you'd be doing it in... You'd be offsetting them manually based on the camera vector. Not hard-coded with, like, actual positions and shit. That's dumb. Have fixed top-down camera. Oh, yeah, okay. Because that will then follow it around. So it's essentially like an inverse hull, except it's not inverse. We just move it behind using the camera offset function. Which, if you don't know the camera offset function, it's like, it's wacky as hell. Just check this out. It's so trippy. Like, how do I even... Okay, no, other way, other way. I want that to be negative. Alright, here we go. I'll do it clamped as well. So cursed. Okay, that's a little bit too... Hold on. Come back a bit. Oh. Got like 1,000 units away. Alright, so like... So like he's in front, but he's behind. You know what I mean? He's in front, but he's behind. But yeah, it can just offset the depth buffer. So it's not the depth buffer, because the depth buffer is a pixel, like a pixel render. This is in the vertex stage. So it's offsetting all of the verts away or towards the camera, including field of view and that kind of stuff. So yeah. Pixel depth buffer is a thing, yes. Although I've never been able to get pixel depth offset to look or to do anything like good. Like I've never been able to use it to do anything. Oh, I'd want to do shadow pass. So this is the default render, but then the shadow is Uno. There we go. Yeah, so now it still has the shadow in its real location, but then it's like, what? I think I've seen it fix Z fighting though. Don't remember why it was needed to fix Z fighting. Yeah, no, it's really good for Z fighting. I know that Sov was using it on characters, Let's say you had a character with like a shirt. Like, let me get a shirt mesh. Well, fuck. But let's say, like, for some reason the shirt is like this, right? Let's say you just suck ass at weight painting. Or you just couldn't be bothered. Or, like, you know, the morphs are causing it to clip or some shit like that. You could just... Like, if you know what layer the... You know, let's say I've got, like, a breastplate as well. Just look up breast. There you go. Let's say this is, like, clipping really terribly. Let's just say I just really... Let's say I was doing commission work. And I was just like, fuck this shit. Nah, I wouldn't do that. I'd give people their money's worth. Or would I? No, I would. Or would I? No, I would. Or would I? No, I would. Or would I? But yeah, so we could do like this. Just duplicate this and be like, bam, and fucking give this the different color. You can be a nice, I don't know, fucking this. Icy. This one can be shirt colored. Nice and pink. Beautiful. So yeah, you could do this. This. But then you could just be like, okay, well, we know that the body goes first, then the shirt is like number 2, and then this could be like number 4. And it's like, bam, it just fixes clipping. Kind of. I mean, obviously you still get like, you know, sideways clipping and shit. But like, for like really small adjustments, it can be really handy for that kind of thing. Obviously for this shirt, you know, I would use my replacement mesh, which is the tight version. But like, as in addition to this kind of thing, it can really be good. And you'd probably want to move the shadows with it, yeah. So yeah, it could be good as just like an extra little like safety precaution almost. Ideally, you'd want nothing to clip ever. And you'd want to weight paint everything nice. But like, as you start doing like hundreds of different modular items, some of them are gonna clip with one another. And sometimes you just can't be bothered being that detailed with it. So this can sort of, you know, tidy it up a little. Also, I intentionally made this not in the right position. Use it most commonly for mesh decals because the depth buffer gets less accurate at distance. Yeah. Yep. Scale offset by camera distance of the decal will never slip through. True. I've never used mesh decals. But I should. I mean, I'm supposed to make a video on them at some point. I mean, I said I'd make a video on them at some point. promised the people. The people need the videos. Alright, I can just play, can't I? Yeah, any naked buff men? Any buff naked men? Fantastic. Beautiful. Oh good, Adam. Have a ripper. Have a rippity ripper. Beautiful. Remarkable. All right, back to work. Let's go back to work. Back to work. Back to work. All right, the mid refactor. What? Where were we? Right, we have to reconstruct. Okay. Here's a question. Elliot, you know this. If I wanted a Let's say I wanted a globally accessible Boolean for something like God mode, right? And I just want to check in the widget, the item widget. If I'm in like instant transferal mode, then branch instantly transfer items through the widget rather than doing the action. Where do I put that variable? And then how do I access it? I'm guessing the game instance, maybe? Potential. Are the cliffs just normal maps? Yes. The cliffs are normal maps, but I use bump offset. So bump offset is like a... It's not true parallax. It's just a UV displacement based on a height map and the camera vector. So it will essentially like move the UVs around to make it look a bit more 3D than it really is. So that's why you can see it kind of shifting if you look real close. You can see a little bit of artifacting here as well. But from back here, it looks very convincing. So yeah, there's no, like, it's just regular geometry. Just landscape. But just with some spice. But yeah, the color is just flat colors as well. And it's just the cell shader doing the heavy lifting. Everything in the game is just like flat colors. And this is like broken up by noise. Because I was trying out a different styler. Which I vibe with. I vibe with this style. I almost prefer it unlit. Just kidding. Unless... Nah, I'm kidding. Unless... Have you seen Voin? I don't know. Have I? So the kind of these days with quantize real hard. Let me have a geese. Let me have a little I think I've seen this. I think Crimson looked at it or something. I can't find any screenshots of it. But yeah, my whole style is like just cell shader. Oh, like it's not just like a 3-band cell shader. I think it's like an 8-band cell shader. Normal maps, but then flat colors. So I like time of day this MF. So yeah, like it works with nighttime as well. Grayman also like 10x helps too. So I actually did a bit of trickery. Let me show you what it's like without the trick. So the problem I was running into is that when the sun was directly overhead, we just like lose all normal detail. Which like it looks great on like the backside of things. And it looks great when the sun is down. You know, like this looks fantastic. But when the sun's like all the way up, it's just like too flat. So what I do is like a fake lighting using only the XY coordinate of the sun and ignoring the Z coordinate. And then adding additional lighting using the material ambient occlusion and adding that material ambient occlusion buffer manually into the cell shader calculation. Oh, so this is a little bit too strong. Yeah, that's a bit better. Maybe like 0.75. And then we can do backface exclusion so that we don't add extra ambient occlusion to the faces that are facing away from the sun. Offsetting your normals bit by the light vector so there's a minimum difference. Yeah, true. I get you. Is it a mix of flat colors with flat colors with normal maps and textures run through oil paint filter now? Kind of a case by case basis. Yeah. Have you tried running the normal maps through an oil paint filter? Yeah. No, that's fair. That is fair. I was just wondering if you got good results. But yeah, I just use my normal maps are like photoreal. I just get them from asset packs. I've kind of like built my style around around utility. Like it's the form is through the function. Like the function is I can take any asset pack and make it work with the game style. Like pretty much instantly. But then it just looks kind of cool as well. Look at this giving a distraction from refactor and refactor. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm doing it. Jeez. Although I do need to reset the, let me just exit and reopen. We found a contrast. I really appreciate the Superfly gas against the noisy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's quite intentional. I've always loved like the look, the Ghibli. God, I haven't used that word in ages. But like the look of when shadows are cast on the grass, if the grass is like essentially like flat lit, but then you get these, you get like the silhouette. So like the grass, if you look at it dead on, there's not really anything going on. I do a little bit of lightening towards the tips, just for like some tiny micro noise. But if we go to like time, let me just dip it down a bit. But yeah, like the look of the silhouette of the grass being the dividing line between, you know, each cell band. Looks dope. Upward or spherical norms? They are upward. They're all upward, yeah. But they're upward as in like outward. Like upwards in local space. So they always point out from the landscape. So they always match the landscape's lighting. Yeah. Oh, so that grass texture is a little bit crazy. They also do have their own normal map as well. Plaikuhara filter at a distance for gauche. Background look nice against cell shader for it. Yeah, true. I've seen some people doodling with gua. I don't even wanna. I can't pronounce that. Gouache. There was a point I was doodling with again, this is just gonna break, but In the character camera, oh sorry, player camera? Player camera component. Gouache. Yeah. Get that to the camera location, do the thing, blah blah blah. Da. Post process settings. Event to here we go. This might work. Yeah, the old DOF. The old duffer. So I need to, let me just unhook the consciousness real quick. Consciousness, stop doing the thing. On property update, aim sway due to health factor. No. There you go. WTF is consciousness? What do you think it is? It's a property. Oh my god, why are you still... What the fuck? Consciousness. Character consciousness. On property updated. Do nothing. Come on. What the fuck? Eh? Alright, you know what? Let me just... Living being static data. Oh. Living being static data. Default entity properties. There are none. What? Where are you? What? Huh? It must be the aiming component. Also, stop drawing the debug. Why would the aim sway due to health factor 0, 0, 0 noise 0 rotator combine rotators? Why would this be getting set to anything other than 0? Oh wait, no, it's not the aim sway, it's the moving component. The movement, speed, bullshit, blah blah blah. You would have your... No, what handles the... This was just all temp shit. It's in the health component, dude. The old one, which is all broken intentionally. But then this is obviously still running. So, player character. Aha! There you are. Get out. I said delete. It's in a humanoid. Hey, there it goes. See ya. There we go. No more stumbling. Also, no more anything. Hold on. What the? Access none. Trying to read property. Da, 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 da. That's fine. Where is my jumping? Okay. You accessing none in primary property action manager. Find action by tag. Why is that null? I think my initialization chain is... Oh, I think I was overriding it. I think the... It's fine, it's fine. I'll clean it up later. I just wanted to see the thingers. What's the Prismatica? Test leaves, hell yeah. Yo, check it out. With the depth of field. I forgot that. Anyway. What's the main world look like? What main world? What do you mean the main world? Bye. Yep. Bye. Thought you had one. No. That would be silly. That would mean that all the systems had been fleshed out. Right, is that going bigger or... Yeah, no, it is getting more depthy of field. Yo, who up depthing they field? Who up bokeh bowling? The Unreal depth of field is actually really solid. I wonder how is it done? How do they do the depth of field properly? You know what I mean? Because it's not just like it's not like a post-process blur where it's like get the depth, or, you know, apply a blur, but then mask it using the depth pass, you know, beyond the focal point. It's like a real, actual depth of field effect. I might look it up. Yeah, blurred these balls. Prisma balls. Right, so they just do 3 separate blurs. That makes sense. Okay, that's way simpler. So they just get everything... So yeah, they separate it into the depth buffer. And just blur them all separately. Yeah. And that's how you get the... Like the you know, around the edges. Whereas if it was purely just blur the entire thing and mask it by the depth, you'd get hard edges even though the inside is blurred. Right. Right, that's like extremely simple. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. Is that showing me the focal plane? Ah, debug plane color. Gotcha. You know what would be great? I've said this like a million times, but it would be great if you could adjust the bloom threshold calculation without recompiling the entire engine. Like if I go into, I know this is blasphemy, but if we just quickly go into the Seeple Deeples. Oh look, it's that commented piece of copyright that they said wasn't the fucking... Believe that it was just post-process? Well, it's not a post-process. Wait, you mean it is? Or it is now? Or... I mean like the threshold that decides what goes into the... What? Yeah. Bye. Just a setting on the PP volume. Oh, no, you mean... no. What I mean... Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, so there is settings, but they're fixed to use luminosity only. So if we go to bloom, then we've got like all this good shit, you know, blah, 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 blah. Method, standard, intensity threshold, yeah. So, what if... Yeah, exactly. So, like, ideally, I want to be able to say... Feed in... I don't know, anything that is red into the bloom as, like, you know, as something that then gets convoluted. Just make a custom post-process, disable, just add blur. So, the reason that I want to hook in to the actual bloom is because it actually uses all of the MIPS that the renderer does by itself. So it'll do a blur using a really low resolution of the thing. And then, you know, another one that's like slightly smaller but uses higher resolution. blah, 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 blah. And then it adds them all together, and that's the final. And then it adds it on top of the final result. And it does all that really performantly. So what I'd ideally want is... You know, the same scene color with a fixed MIP? Yeah... Can ya? I don't know if the MIP actually works proper, though. Yeah, I know you can on texture samples. I don't know if you can on the, in a post-process, dude. If we just said get post-process input. No, what is it? Scene texture. Scene texture. Post-process input. Yeah, what do you mean filtered? Filtered what? Filtered these nuts. Get a free blow? Yeah. You know, I can't force a MIP. Unless I can with a not dude. Can you, like, fuck off? Diffuse color. Yeah. Can't MIP that bad boy. Yeah, unforge. So yeah, the only real thing we could do is... what's the fucking... Let me just... There we go. Look in... Whole dude. Entire solution. Find... Post-process... Find bloom. Threshold. Find all. Go for it. Post-process bloom setup.h. Scene down sample chain. That's the dude. Threshold to apply must be blah 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 blah. But the where do you write? Compute shade, add pass, bloom setup, blah blah blah. This is like the actual shit. Let me just find the threshold. It's like literally one line that is... Custom HLSL node in UE. Do you mean like sampling the MIP of the scene texture? Yeah. See, but I still don't think it would be... It wouldn't be as performant as just editing the threshold itself. But I'm wondering if you could create your own child class of post-process volume where everything's the same except you just override that one... The bit that... Where the fuck does it... Show me you. For optimization. Well, I know that this is like extremely performant, the way that they do it, because it's literally like built into the rendering pass. I just want to find the bit. Let's just go bloom. Sorry, I meant this one. Just bloom. Find all. Bloom me up, baby. Oh, no, that's the Shafty. The Shafty boy. Linear color plus... No. Where is it? Please? It's like a tiny bit of HLSL. Post-process volume, da-da-da-da-da. No. Fuck, I can't find it. I've found it before. I swear I'm not crazy. Oh, bloom threshold 1. No. What a nightmare. Let's do bloom, scene, texture, and threshold bloom. Can I do a... No. How do I, like, do this... these words, like... Do you know what I mean? Just individually, but not in that exact... I guess that's not how find works. Fuck! I'm pretty sure it's in post-process volume. Or at least I can get to it from post-process volume. Post-process component. Hold on. Shape parameters, setup parameters, bloom setup. What are you doing? I'm just seeing wherever the bloom threshold is calculated. So it's basically get the somewhere down here. Wherever the fuck it is for the Gaussian bloom. Then where it is specifically anymore. I've lost it. Essentially, it's just like get the scene color, subtract the threshold, and then that basically just gives us, like, you know, if it's below 0, don't blur it. Like essentially, like, hold on. Paint. My eyeballs. My balls, my balls. So imagine this is like our scene, right? As in, like, this is our luminosity spectra. And these are like bright points, right? So maybe they're like gun flashes or some shit. I don't fucking know. Or the sun. And then we say our threshold is here. So we just yeet everything out below. How the fuck do I do a square? Fill that MF. Fuck my life. Fill. Solid color. There we go. Alright, so we just, let me fucking, no, I said black. What the fuck? There you go. Alright, so we yeet everything down. Then it applies the blur, the bloom shit. So these end up being like, ooh, you know, like fucking looking fucking shit. Or blurry. And then we add that blur back into the final image, right? That's how bloom works. So the calculation is giga simple, but what I want to do is just be like, well, instead of using the scene color, can we like add in the specular buffer to some degree, you know? Like, oh, if above 0.75 specularity, just add that into the buffer, you know? So then we don't have to blow things out luminosity-wise to add them to the bloom buffer. So we could have like a flower that's just like chilling, and it's not like blindingly bright, but it can still get drawn to the bloom buffer. Do you know what I mean? Like From Software style. Like this kind of shit, you know? Let me get a big image. Like this, right? So like these aren't blinding, they're not like blown out, you know? But they still have like localized bloom because they're just getting drawn to the bloom buffer. Or, you know, the bloom input, sorry. Without needing to exceed the threshold. Do you know what I'm saying? You feel me? So I'm wondering where you could... Like, you could probably... And I don't know if it's possible, but... If you could make a child class of post-process volume or post-process component or whatever the fuck the thing would be, and just keep literally everything the same except then override the wherever the fucking bloom calculation is. And just override that with, like, a string, a piece of math. I don't fucking know. It'd have to be precompiled or some shit, but... Later Fortnites use sprite, the size of a mesh as bounds. Run the post-process on those. So the relevant pixels were calculated. We'll let you use vertex color, some shit as bloom intensity. Yeah, it kind of sounds like a hack. Because, like, what about particles or you know, just parts of a texture or something? Screen pass texture. Check input scene color is valid. Check threshold is greater than -1 float. Yeah, this is somewhere here. Output graph builder create texture, text bloom setup viewport enable render target load action no action blah blah blah. If is compute pass, else. The fuck you mean? Is compute pass these compute these nuts? You know what I'm saying? Turn screen past texture, and then it would do the Gaussian bloom shit. So yeah, wherever the setup is. Anyway, that's just something that I've been thinking of for the past, like, fucking 3 years. Classical gassical. You just use yourself C++ superpowers? I agree. I agree. I just wonder if there's anything stopping the post-process from being, like, inherited, you know? And just overriding a tiny little bit. Imagine how much money you could make if you wrote like a plugin. Ooh, a plugin where you could determine the bloom threshold using a material. I'd pay at least $5 for that. Sorry, did I say $5? I meant $15. No, I'd pay like $100 for that. If anyone can get it working, I will give you $100. Just let me adjust the bloom threshold calculation. Please. I beg. On it, not really. Yeah. Ah, gotcha. Ah, true. Yeah, you could use Niagara Grid. 2D. True. I was running Niagara to down sample, found it was faster than using post-processing inputs. Yeah. Using a MIP generated by a Niagara of a captured full-res scene color as a blurred. Input writing of the RT takes around 0.1 milliseconds, where the max quality MIP generation takes 0.4 milliseconds of material itself. 5.02 milliseconds. Temporal jittering, still annoying. Custom bloom, same performance. Yeah, so it is just a grid 2D. Ooh. Yeah, well, how many milliseconds does the bloom take? Usually. Because Niagara Grid can just straight up access the scene textures. Like, you can get the depth buffer, you can get the scene color, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And then it can also just fucking draw straight to a scene texture. Like, that's how my plugin works. My plugin's just drawing straight to render targets. It could be used for so much other shit once generated. Yeah, that's true. Built for sampling G-buffer data for particles initially, but you can also write it to render target of any size. Not sure. that's intended at all, but you can do it. True. Yeah, that's true. I guess the only problem then is, like, I guess you could do stencil shit. Bunch of stencil-y stuff. Like, what if you wanted one thing to do this thing, but another to not do this thing, and whatever. Because that's the thing with the, you know, I'd have to, like, piggyback off an existing, thinger. What's it called? Existing... G-buffer input or output. Like specular or roughness or metallic or whatever. One that I'm not actually using. But then you know, if you were using custom depth stencil, you could just say, oh yeah, you know, stencil number 1 is slightly blooming, and number 2 is very blooming, and number 3 is extremely blooming, and it would just use that, mask out the scene color, and just, you know. Sorry, I'm looking at this for anyone that... Probably since there's the hard edges. Well, the hard edges aren't an issue because it's just the input to the bloom. Because you blur it after the stenciling, you know? Yeah. This is literally just the texture. Like the render target from Niagara. Just add it on top, bam. Or just get the average between them, is what they're doing there, but... Because then you could do really cool shit like negative bloom. Like you could have a black flame that is emitting negative bloom. You know what I'm saying? See where I'm going? Just like that trick with the negative light values. Do you guys know the old inverted shadows trick? It's like light that sucks light. The old light suck. Yeah, when you get the old light suck. Excuse me, what? Hello, welcome to Macca's. Can I take your order? Yeah, I'd like one of the, I'd like the light suck, please. I could go for one of the light sucks right now. Excuse me, what? So yeah, the light sucks. So you get point light. You go to IES. Where the fuck is it? Here it is, IES. 180 degrees. But then intensity -1. What a nice hack. What a classic hack. Yo, when the light man forgets to set a min clamp. So trippy though, because like, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I mean? The lights suck. Yeah, who out sucking they light out of the scene? It's like an yeah, exactly. But then you can like combine like normal lights. Do you know what I mean? It's a big fuck. It's like this can cast a shadow and also an inverted shadow. It's real stupid. Real stupid shit. Do you know what I mean? Kind of breaks my brain a bit. Hella stupid. Turn off shadow cast. Yeah, you can. But why would you wanna? That's the whole fun of it. I mean, you can do it on the light itself, but... Oh, you can also, like, adjust the... Let me just get rid of that one. You can adjust the color by going to the light color. I wish it... Actually, can you do a non-linear fall-off on an IES? Inverse squared fall. Okay, here we go. That's better. Can I do like 1? 01? 05. Get bigger. Now we are cooking. Don't know what we're cooking though. Ooh, I'm hungry. Half sphere of death. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Yeah, it's fine. Playing editor. Playing the editor of these gnuts. What the fuck? Huh? I hate it. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's very trippy. So yeah, anyway, it'd be cool to combine that with negative bloom or subtractive bloom. Because that's probably what I'd use for my negative absolute temperature matter in Prismatica, where like you've got like super hot, you've got absolute 0, but then you've got super hot negative. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So that if something is burning in negative temperature, absolute temperature, then it creates a heat gradient through absolute 0. Therefore, it's like, you know, it's like cold fire and shit. Scientists hate this one weird trick. Scientists hate him. But anyway, I'd want it to emit negative light as well. That would be so cool. But yeah, I'm probably going to just end up writing a custom render pass at some point. Because, like, there's so much extra shit that just isn't, like, that I don't use. Like, ooh, specularity? Fuck that shit. Roughness? Fuck that shit. Metallic? Nah. Just no. Subsurface? Kind of. Yeah. It's just one of those things. It just do be one of those things. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm just going to get a snack. Yo. Remember when we were like doing a refactor or some shit? Alright, if I hit play, no, I'm gonna have to reload. Just to be able to see all of the errored blueprints. The blueprint. What day is it today? Saturday. Fuck. Alrighty, let's see. Why are you angry? Right, because we probably don't have any. Yeah, you know what? Fuck you. And you know what? Fuck you. Thanks. Alright, core, PICOS. Grid containers are good. Alright, so character equipment container object. This is gonna get spiced. Yo, PICOS 10? $10? Delete what? Huh? What? I'm so confused. So this will go through and resize length. We want to index to equipment slot. We've got equipment slots here. What are our... We need a struct. Classic blueprint struct. Hell yeah. This is PICOS. Equipment. Well, it's not really just equipment. It's like container. Yeah, it's not just equipment. This is PICOS container. Conditions. Struct. Fuck it, just whatever. Let's just get something going. Each of these is going to be a gameplay. Well, this is the tags whitelist or allow list. Tag container. Add another one. Tag disallow list. Or we just say allowed tags. And then disallowed tags. Fuck off. So let's think. Let's do thinking. For our helmet. So our helmet slot. Let's say our helmet slot has a name. Helmet. Or head slot. What are the allowed tags in that slot? Well, we've got headgear, headwear, and humanoid, and it has to have both of them for a human. But then maybe we disallow Lizard Man. So we can use both the allow list and the disallow list to do a kind of... It has to have all of the allowed tags. Not exact, though. But then it cannot have any of the disallowed tags. Yeah. Are there any other basic conditions? For a slot? Heavily weight can't equip if over encumbered. Well, that wouldn't that would be. So the hair would be. We'd hide the hair using our hide flags and stuff. I mean, I kind of get what you mean. If we've got a big afro, can we really put on a close helm, you know? It'd be very squished in there. But I mean, that would just be another tag. We'd have a global tag called blah, blah, blah. Level requirements. There isn't really any level requirements for wearing armor. Only for using it efficiently. Like, you can carry or equip anything in this game. But you'll just suck ass with it. Alright, what the fuck am I looking at? Schema. Name slots. Name list. Generic name slots. Slots. Head. Requirements. Item tags. Required tags. Blah, blah, blah. Ignore tags. Blah, blah, blah. Right. Instanced U objects. I just don't like the idea of the instance U objects on a mass scale. Well, I mean, if it's an instance U object, it's only instance once. Because it's in a data asset. Yeah, well, degradation, if that's a feature. Yeah, potentially. I might just call this container conditions. Oh, that's literally what it is. No, but it's not just conditions. I might just call it container struct. container descriptor. Container data struct? No, container... Not container type. Because I'm thinking like we just have like a debug name or just a name. The tags that allows and disallows. Any kind of extra conditions will be just done by the container class, child class. Because even for something like a grid container, it still has conditions. Like, you know, maybe we've got a bomb container that can only hold bombs, but maybe it gives them a 2x stack multiplier. Container, not container class struct, but like container... It's not container data, that kind of sounds like it's the container shit, you know? Like, if it has a name, it has an allow list, a disallow list, a stack multiplier. What are we listing? Call it item container on its own. Sounds like it's called a PICOS in our system, which is an entity container or an entity container object. But the system is called PICOS. But we just call the containers PICOS or PICOS. If it's plural. Or PICOSI. Or Capricosa. So when do you care what you name things? Yeah, that's true. PICOS container description container data container struct what's another word? I guess container flags? Yeah, kind of. It's not... Container basic data struct. Container name, allowed tags, disallowed tags, stack, multiplier, multiplicateur. Sorry, I need to master that one. Oh, no, multiplier. No, that's... is it? Hold on.
Multiplier.
Multiplier. Then multiplication.
Multiplication.
Here we go.
Multiplicateur.
Multiplicateur. Multiplicator. That's the one I was looking for. Container name, allowed tags, disallowed tags. Stack multiplicateur. In it. Any other stuff that all containers need? Anybody? No. Dust. Alright. Now the hard part is, for the character equipment shit, we... equipment slots... well... How do we... Oh, we want to turn this into a container basic data. Not basic. Basic data struct. There we go. Yeah. Lies. Fuggles. Equipment slot to index, what the fuck does that even mean? I'd want to do this, like, name to thing, you know? Like... Do I ever use slot to index? Probably not. You know what? Fuck that shit. Get out of here. Length, equipment slots, bam. Cool. So let's just say we've got we've just got one set up. Container name, head. Now I need to think, do I want to do... How do I want to handle multi-equipment slotted items? Or do I even want to? Like, how do we classify overalls, as an example? Because they cover the legs, and then they also cover the torso. Do we say that it actually covers both? Or do we just say it is leg wear, and it has a hide flag, or a show flag, that some shirts override it and it changes the model to be like with the doodads. You know what I mean? Or do we say that it actually takes up 2 slots? I know, I don't. Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, if we wanted to... So let's presume this is all filled out, right? We've got fucking however many. If we wanted to override, can... Search container for space. Can an entity fit at index? Here we go. So we've got incoming entity object. We can get its tags. What do you mean it doesn't have tags? Get your static D. Do you have tags in there, brother? Default entity tags. Cool. We then want to get index, look up equipment slot. There it goes. Bam. Well, first things first. Does our contained entities... Contained entities index get... Da-da-da-da-da. That should always be a valid index. Because we literally use... Actually, no, that isn't always valid. Because we might say... We'd have to be stupid for it to be an out-of-bounds index. So I will let it give us an error. I will allow it to error. Right, we're gonna chuck a little valid boy. Smack that B-boy in there. If it is valid, move on. If it is not valid... Sorry, if it is valid, cannot fit. Return instantaneously. I don't think we're gonna be equipping stackable shit, you know? Why not? Well, I don't think we can equip stackable things to our character. Well, I mean, technically... Actually, no. We could... I'll figure that out later. Technically, we could have one arrow in our hand and then pick up another 5 arrows into a combined stack. So if we were asking, can arrow fit in hand? Oh, well, there's already something in the hand. We'd need to do a check. Stackable, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but I'd fucking... Fuck that. We do that later. So if there is nothing there... Yeah, yeah. Well, like in a container. This is like the equipment, like things that the character is wearing. Or is trying to wear, in this case. So if we get our... If the contained entity is not valid, get the equipment slot struct, break that bad boy, get the PICOS. So we would want to say the thing that we're trying to equip, does this thing has all tags? No, all tags or just has tags? It would have to have all, right? If we want it to be like allowed tags, helmet or head, and humanoid, it would need to have both. But this could have more tags. It just needs to be... Does this have... Bam. Does this thing, the helmet, have all the tags that are in our conditions list, right? And... Ooh. Doesn't have to be an exact match, no. Will include its parent tags while matching. Yeah, yeah. So and then we also want has any tags. Does the disallowed tags... Sorry, does this have any of the disallowed tags? And that would have to be an exact match. Then we would do not bool. And then and. Oh. Not this. And this. Wait, hold on. Nope. Oh, it has Prismatica. It is good. It's good. It's going. It's getting there. Just doing a tiny little refactor. So if this is true, it can fit. If not, it cannot fit. Get in the hole. There you go. Little sandwich. Maybe you guys chill out down here. Yeah, it's a bit better. Tiniest, littlest bit. Line them up nice. There we go. Oh, yeah. Cool. So this means we can fit it at this dude. We'd want to get item in equipment slot. Again, I don't think I'd need that. I think everything would just have its index. Index to equipment slot. That's literally just that, though. Why? I don't even use that, brother. You're not even fucking... We don't use that either. Right, we can get away with only using the generic ones. Unless we want to get it by name. For some reason. Which is dumb. Override. When we... add entity at index. How does it work? Well, add entity at index default, base entity container object, should literally just contain entities, set lm ao index, bam, schwam. You go in there, you're good to go. That's the default. But in here, we would want to do this, but then also maybe something else. I don't fucking know. So I'd probably want container basic data struct. We would probably want container tags. Container tags. Gameplay tag container tags. So that we can describe what the container is or what it wants to do. Like to declare if it's a universal equipment slot, I guess. Because in here, can entity fit at index? We would actually want to do another one. If... Can you just chill up there for a sec? If... We probably want it to be our first dude. First branch. Does the container tags has tag universal. Well, no, a universal just wouldn't... Because, okay, no, we don't even need that. Because this... We can literally just say... Hands, allowed tags, none. Which means everything. Or would I say allowed tags entity? Because everything will have tags coming from entity. And this has all tags. So this would have all tags entity not exact match. So that would pass, and then it wouldn't have anything on a disallowed tags list, unless it was something that we couldn't... Yeah, no, that should actually be fine. So we don't even have to specify something funky there. Get contained any object index, that's fine. Get entity at index is fine. Get percentage container full. Who cares? Get on entity stored here. Remove entity. Search container for matching stackables. Search container for space. Split entity in here. Search container for space. Usually what this does is a... Right. While we override this in grid, but the default functionality would be... Fuck it, I'll just do it straight in here. Fuck you. Entity object for each equipment slot. Well, no, wait, what's the... It's add index, right. So we'd say... Whatever. Well, we just need to get the length of this. I'm dumb as fuck. Hold on. We don't actually need to do this. We can just do... Might want to interject in here. Bardo, how's it going? Did I make it in time? I guess. Make it in time for what? For the PICOS? Guru client chat? No, it's just a... I just use a couch as my desk chair. Oops. Usually I sit, like, on my knees. I need my cushion, though. Yeah, usually I either sit, like, on my feet or cross-legged. Straight back posture, you know? Like this. Like this. Mewing. Mewing, more like cringe. Good posture, more like cringe. Cringe. By the way, what's a PICOS? About 250. That's the manager. Grid container object. Hello. Hello, hello. Pies are like $6.50 in New Zealand. What the fuck? What the fuck? You can get a 4-pack of 4 and 20s. 4 and 20 pies for like $9 here. Although I don't eat pies. Mainly because of the pie costs, you know what I'm saying? Oh, sorry, Barter, what does PICOS stand for? It's the Prismatica Inherent Container Object System. So it's just entities within entities within entities. He's running a hash space with his names on. Imagine. Wouldn't it be funny if we allowed players to wear, like, shirts on their head? Like, you know what I mean? Or, like, pants on their head? Oh, that would be funny as. Imagine, like, you find a pair of pants. And you go to, like, move it from your backpack to your character equipment, and you see that the head slot highlights, and you're like, huh? And you do it, and your character just puts the pants on their head with, like, the legs, like a fucking jester hat. That would be hilarious. So dumb. Sign me up. There's new free monthly content, by the way. Yeah, I saw. That farm pack was real good. Although very dense. And then there was another one, Medieval Town something that was decent as well. Search container for space. So this is our grid. Standard grid. I don't know. Oh, yeah, the characters. Yeah. Yeah, I might rip some clothes from them. Like clothes meshes, you know. Yeah, I mean, all I care about is the normal maps. And, like, all the other heavy lifting is done by cool shader shit, you know? Vertex paint and blah, blah, blah. I'm having No, it's easier for the UI if all the equipment is the one container. Yeah. I keep rethinking about, like, well, you know, if I ever have a backpack with 2 separate grid containers, they would be 2 separate PICOS objects, which is fine. But for things like slots, as long as the slots are identical in functionality, they can be in like a multi... I mean, this equipment thing, right? Equipment container object. This isn't really, like, equipment specific yet. This is still just multiple individual slots functionality. There's nothing that limits this to equipment, because it's literally just the container's name. You know, maybe this is like left bag, socket, allowed tags, bow, sword, disallowed tags, I don't know, ball sacks, stack multiplier, 0, container tags, bag, side pocket, whatever. Do you you know what I mean? And then we do the right one here. So there's nothing that actually makes this equipment yet. It's just slot. Multi-slot. Dude. Or just slot container. No, I call it multi-slot. Multi-slot container object. I think one other thing I want to add to this container shit is internal versus external. Internal. Yes, by default. Container name default. Container. PICOS. PICOS in it. So now I've got an internal Boolean. Question mark, question mark. Maybe just one question mark. Because another kind of weird... another weird thing, right? Let's say we've got a bag. And that bag has 2 external slots on it. Where we can put, like, anything regardless of the size of a certain tag. So, like, we've got a backpack. But on the sides of the backpack, we can mount a bow. Or we can put, like, a fucking Zweihander. You know, a sword that's, like, as big as we are. Because it's on our backpack. It's fine, right? But then, if we were to try and put that backpack in another container... we would have to do a check whether we could purge the external socket or externally contained items and add them to the container as well. And if not, then we can't fit the bag in the thing. We would have to remove the bow and the Zweihander and then put the bag in the chest or something. Do you know what I mean? How about just not doing nested containers, saving yourself the pain? That's lame. Have a deposit all button? Nah, that's cringe. No, the nested containers, I've done it once before. And it worked pretty much perfectly. But it wasn't future-proof. You know? You couldn't put a live chicken in a backpack and have it poke its way out. Or you couldn't. You weren't able to put a live chicken in a bag with a heat stone or a fire stone and have it boil itself. And like cook the chicken inside the backpack while you're on the move, you know? Roast chicken. Actually, if you had a cooking pot, you put the chicken and the firestone in the cooking pot, then you could roast the chicken without setting the bag on fire. You know what I mean? So you could cook on the move. Actually, that's a good idea. I need to write that down. What was the first game with the nesting container? Probably one of the Ultimas. Yeah, maybe. The nested containers is the easy part. It's making it generic enough that you don't end up repeating yourself, you know? Is poop an item? Is it an item or a substance? I guess it depends on the consistency of it, you know? It's a good question, though. Usually an item is defined by something you can hit someone with. So like an apple is an item. Because you can hit someone with an apple. You can like, you know? Like an apple holds itself together. You could throw a poop, yeah, if it was like, you know, you could definitely hit someone with diarrhea. So that kind of, I think diarrhea would be a substance, technically, because you'd only be able to hold diarrhea in a volumetric container. Gotta throw it regardless, just gotta cup your hand. Yeah, so hands will be able to store volumetric substances while you're not moving, right? So like you'll be able to pocket sand. You'll be able to have pocket sand and like blind someone. Even though sand is a volumetric substance, not an item. It is and is not an item. That's right, that's right. Will coating a blade in diarrhea IRL do poison damage? Yes. Like, very much so. I believe that's called septicemia? Or is that from internal? Internal... Septicemia or sepsis is the clinical name for blood poisoning by bacteria. It's the body's most extreme response to an infection. Sepsis of the predator's septic shock has a death rate as high as 50%, depending on the type of organism involved. Sepsis is a medical emergency and needs urgent medical treatment. How does a person get septicemia? Septicemia is infection that goes when a bloodstream and spread. Yeah, so basically you can get sepsis if you get bad stuff in your blood, which can happen from an external source or an internal source. So if you get stabbed in the guts, probably gonna die because your large intestine will leak into your bloodstream. It's kind of gruesome. It's kind of gross as well. So yeah, in Prismatica, that would actually be a valid tactic. Because you can just apply substance to anything, you know. You could rub poo on clothes if you really wanted to. Or you could apply water to your clothes to wash them or some shit. You could apply grease to your body. You could get greased up, lower your friction, you know? Make yourself, like, ungrappleable. That's the kind of absolute bullshit that we're going for. I think the nice thing about all these ideas, because like there's a lot of games that do like that level of simulation, or at least there's 2 that I know, which is Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld. But in those games, you're like completely detached from the characters. Like you issue orders to the characters and they try and do this thing, or they, you know, they do this thing, but it's like, do you know what I mean? Whereas the aim here is to be like, okay, like we have full agency over the character, and so you can actually apply the stupid simulation stuff in real time with intent, you know? Like, oh, I'm up on this big cliff, and there's a dude that I'm fighting, and, you know, I throw water on the ground. Like, I just throw my water bottle on the ground, creates a puddle. The other character slips over, and they fall off the cliff, and we get to watch them, you know, tumble and die. Yeah, actually, I guess Baldur's Gate kind of has that, and like Divinity as well, has that sort of... I guess it is very, like, CRPG, but real time, you know? Like I want the option to be able to do any of that stuff, except, you know, like on the fly and like improvise and, or like set things up, and then when you pull it off, it's like, fuck yeah, that was sick, you know? Or like, or I think like the main feeling that I want a player to have is like, oh, I wonder if you can, like, you know, do this. Like, wouldn't it be funny if you could do this? And then they try it, and you actually can do that, you know? Like, if you could rub diarrhea on your sword, and then set it on fire, and then all of the enemies around you would start, like, coughing and wheezing from the, you know, the toxic fumes, and then you can smack them out while they're busy. More poo talk. I never talk about poo. This is the only time that I've ever talked about anything to do with the number 2s. It's about time you did. Shit. Going for systemic systems? Yes. Yeah. Everything is systemic. Which is why I'm doing this refactor. Because it just makes everything a lot more generic, and like there's less spaghetti code in the long run. Especially since, like, a lot of... It's... A lot of the game isn't about inventory management. I mean, it kind of is. Like, there is a logistic element to the game. Like, do I have enough food and water to get from here to there? Or, you know, I got robbed by a bear. A bear beat the shit out of me, stole my backpack, and took all the food out of it. And now I'm in the middle of the wilderness. You know, what am I gonna do? I don't even know which way to the next town. Gotta think on your feet. How system do you want your systems to be? Your system to be. The system needs to be quite systemic to be a system. Yeah, nice grass. The heck? Do you have any combat intermediate? Yeah, I've done 2 prototypes. Let me see if I can find some combat footage from the last devlog, maybe? I don't know if there's any actual combat in this one. Yeah, remember when I made a buoyancy system? So this is the old inventory system. So this was version 1, which was a little bit too hard-coded to... Yeah, I wonder if there's some in the one before this one. Playlists. Devlogs. Procedural weapons and damage? Or super accurate character collisions? That is the old combat animations, not the... So this was just... prototyping the... like character section hit detection. And also the way that the weapons trace and handle their momentum and whatnot. Oops, fuck. Go back. Yeah, I don't actually have any... Fuck, when was the last devlog? It was like over a year ago now. Fuck, there'd be some in the... What's it called? In like the live streams. Old live stream VODs. Of like the new... Like the longsword animations. All that stuff. Let's have a gaze. Plug in, plug in, plug in. That one goes for 420, ha ha ha. You know, this was dicking with client authority and replication to do with the property system and whatnot. Which was all goog. I'm guessing at the end I probably just started killing people. Maybe. No, that's just client server auth. Surely not a later one, right? Yeah, it actually... The combat was looking like real good at some point. But then I decided to refactor everything. Like, refactor in place without a stable build. You know how it is. Hey, it's Tim. No, stop showing off the plugin, you idiot. Show me some kill. I don't know. Oh, actually, no. Adam had a, Now I remember. Let me just go Discord. Adam had... Wait, did he send it to me? Yeah, this one. Audio Showcase 2.mp4. Downloads. No, probably downloaded in place. Yeah, there's some footage that Adam got while everything was still alive-ish, alive enough. This is just showing off some of the audio stuff he did. Although I'm a bit better at the game than he is. You know, no offense. Although I think he's getting hit on purpose here. Yeah, he's definitely getting hit on purpose. I think he's god moding. Yeah, this was the second melee combat prototype. Get doinked. You got poo on that blade? God damn. Get a headshot. Oh, no, blocked it. Ooh. Get doinked on. Yeah, why demand naked? Oh, off he goes. Yeah, I'm excited to get it back up to speed. With like everything good to go. Everything nice and clean. It should only take the rest of the month. Estimated release date when? Yes. Remember the first game that had amazing emergent gameplay was NetHack. You could pick up a cockatrice as long as you had gloves and beat people with it to turn enemies to stone. Hell yeah. Which gives you to turn all their stuff to stone also. True, true. It's like Touch of Midas, you know? Everything he touched turned to gold. And then he touch him wife. Then him wife gold. Shit. You bet Earthbending VR game where that happened to turn into pretty wacky high skill ceiling fighting game. I've seen video thumbnails or video titles about that game. I'll need to check that out. There was another game. I forget what it was. I'm pretty sure it was a fighting game as well. It was like physics based also. It just had like really stupid tech. You know? I have a giant 8x8 kilometer map, but I can't add a material. It crashes when I do. What should I do? Do you mean a material to the landscape? Or do you just mean a material in general? What would be causing it to crash if you added a material to it? Have you tried adding a non-landscape material? Just like add a blank material, see what happens to it. Also, what's the crash error say? Like a VRAM. It should be fine because landscapes aren't that memory intensive. Try it. Okay, okay. Usually VRAM would be like you'd run out of VRAM because of like textures taking up too much space. But when you look at like a landscape, like this landscape here is only using like 4 textures. Like, you know, this cliff is just one texture tiled. Oh, well, it's using some texture bombing, but you know what I mean. So, like, all in all, this landscape isn't really using any, well, much RAM or VRAM. But I wonder why, like, if you're, like, because you can obviously see the landscape, but it's when you add the material that it gets a bit scary. I've had landscape fry video card before. What the fuck? Alright, well, you heard it here first. Yeah, nice gum trees. God damn. I would have sued Epic for that. Where are these ugly-ass shadows coming from? Does Unreal 5 have a good debugger? Yes. Yes? Question mark? Maybe? The sun, bruh. That's what makes shadows. Duh. Based. Very true. You are not wrong. Yeah, it's got pretty good debugging tools, such as the stat commands, stat GPU. You can see, you know, the composition of the frame, GPU styler. Stat none, stat RHI for all of the texture or VRAM stuff. How many triangles, how many draw calls. This is just like base level profiling, but then you can do a thing which I forget what the thing is. It's like Control Shift fucking something something. Does anyone remember what the frame graph thing is? Stat unit graph? No, it's another one where you can like it's like a, you know, Control Alt T or some shit. Control Shift T. Control R? I don't know. It's something and it pops up with a window where it like captures a frame and you can then click into all the processes. And it was for GPU. But you can do it for CPU as well. Yeah, Unreal Insights is like the Giga version of it. Control Shift, comma. Control Shift, comma? That's the one. Yeah, this one. GPU Visualizer. Hello. So it can be like, oh, what's this? The pre-pass DDM all opaque no velocity forced by debuffer. Bam. Look through here. Depth pass parallel. Cool. Go to here. Compute light grid. Build HZB something. Base pass. Wow, what's happening in our base pass? Well, we've got the base pass. Wow, so descriptive. Fantastic. Shadow depths. Atlas. Blah, 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 blah. Clear shadow depth. Something. Time manager. Why do I have two of them? Cache shadow map. Right. Yeah. Like opposition, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so you got like these tools. Also, Bri, it's good to see you. It's been a little while. We're all... Gang's all here. Gang's all here. Have Epic emailed me back? Please, just put my fucking plugin on the marketplace. The people are waiting. The people are waiting. We're working 2 back-to-back contracts. So we're sleeping DJ hours. Shit. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. On that grind. On that Sigma grind set, you know? That's what the kids say these days. True. Actually, Fortnite would be a pretty good way to introduce people to programming. Especially kids that love Fortnite. Fortnite and Roblox. Probably like most Zoomers' gateway into game dev, honestly. Have you used a blueprint stack tool? I don't think so. Blueprint stack tool. What's it look like? What does it do it? That's so cursed. Screen just switched to 4:3 aspect ratio, but everything was black. And when my cursor reached the edge of the 4:3 area, it'd teleport back to the center. That's weird. Tools debug. Blueprint debugger. Ah, so if I... I mean, if I had my action manager set up properly. Because this is saying, oh, action manager, blah, 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 blah. That should be assign inputs, living being actor. This should... Yeah, I'm just thinking, where can I put a breakpoint? I literally can't do anything right now. I'm too stupid. Now let me just go here. Construct a living being. Yep. Initialize entity. Living being entity. That will do initialize PICOS. Initialize piss. Living being entity. Here. When you... Oh. Excuse me. There we go. Your functions. Initialize entity. Parent initialize entity. Any static data. Cast a living being static data. Set it there. Construct our PICOS action manager. Prismatica action object. Prismatica action object system. Initialize that bad boy. That will then go through living being owner, living being actor. No, construct default actions. Living being owner, static data, action list, construct them, initialize them, add them to the dude. All right, this should work now. Yeah. So you're saying if I do... Wait, hold on. Oh, Jesus. So if I do... What was the tool again? Tools, debugging... Debug. Blueprint debugger. Do this. Bam. So now we've got... So is this from the things that happened before and then the breakpoint? Or is this from the breakpoint onwards? It's a call stack. Right. Yeah, okay, I see it now. Begin play. Da-da-da. Oh, right, yeah, so it goes through the... Yeah. Visualize Action Manager, constructed. Yeah, okay, we're right here. Shit, that's very handy, actually. Oh! I did not like the look of that. Oh, look, and our actions work. Not quite. Why? Why can I not move? It'd be great if I could move. I mean, I can dodge. Why can I not move? What the fuck? Let me move. Confusion. Epic Confusion Royale. Wait, why can I not move? Is it the speed? Movement speed manager. Did I dick something up here? Because we now no longer have a health simulation component. Ah, health movement speed multiplier. Gotcha. Just, yeah. Fuck you. Hey, we going? Excuse me, where is landing? Oi, where's landing? Oh, is it because we don't have weight? Yeah, final impact force, blah, 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 blah. That would be looking for weight property from Elsun. Just fucking do that. YOLO. Hello? What do you mean? What are you doing? What the fuck? I guess also in the landing component. Oh, sorry, landing... PICOS, whatever. Do we ever factor in weight? That's the component. What are you doing? This one. Humanoid landing. No, I don't factor in weight here. Meh. What the fuck? Retriggerable delay. Get back to scale. Last landing Z-force. Z-force probably takes in. Living bean. Z-force. Where do you... What the fucking Jesus. Last landing Z-force. Some real bullshit. No? Where'd he go? Is it on the landing? Landing dude. Aha. Aha, weight property. Ha ha ha. Literal float. We are gonna zero you out, MF. Right. I should be able to land again. Okay, we get it, we get it. No. There you go. Don't get all... Oh my god. Yeah, okay, but why can I not move? What is happening? What's everything I'm bringing? I mean, to be fair, everything is intentionally broken right now. Anyway, look. I've streamed for like 12 hours today. I'm gonna have a quick nap. I'll wait for this ad to finish. Wait for the ad to finish. Also, Bri, thank you very much for the resub with the Prime. Very appreciated. It's good to have you back. I'm sure everyone would appreciate having you around. Everyone does appreciate having you around. Streaming DGen hours? I mean, it's 3:44 PM for me. You know? So it's like normal hours. But I haven't slept since last night. Because I streamed from like 11 until about 3. And then I watched Sov. And then I watched Crimson. And then I was like... Then I just had a second wind. You know, like the delirium kind of set in. And I was like, I could totally do game dev right now. And now 6.5 hours later... You know? Just how it goes sometimes. True degenerate hours. But yeah, this refactor is coming along very nicely. Again, it seems like we're just going backwards. We're just either going around in circles or we're just taking steps backwards, you know, breaking everything down. But if that was the case, I wouldn't feel so good right now. I'm vibing. We've got... What's the month? March. How many days in March? 31, right? How many day March? How many days in March? 31, okay. So yeah, we've got like 15 days. That's 2 whole weeks to do this whole refactor. Then once everything's nice and refactored, here's the plan. Here's the plan. We refactor everything so that we're back at operational parity as we were before we did the refactor. So that means inventory and equipment, just with like instant switching, like instant transferal without the animations and shit. So debug mode, inventory and whatever. With the new PICOS paradigm. Then the actions need to be where they were. So that's just like attacking. I mean, that's all done right now anyway. We won't do the damage refactor yet. Damage is technically not even needed to do AI. But we're not going to do AI in this next couple of bits. But yeah, basically inventory, equipment, which are the same system, action system. There's a fourth one. The attribute system, I mean, the attribute system works as is right now. But I kind of want to see if we can tidy it up a little. And also maybe do some like variable dirtying stuff. Because at the moment, we just run update on everything, even if it's a static. But I mean, nothing is static, really. But we could mark properties as static so that they don't need updates. Full stop. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of tidying up to do for the system. PSPS, Prismatica Simulation Property System. But again, that stuff isn't actually needed in order to do AI, which is the next kind of thing that I want to look into. So we really just need actions, and then action broadcasting is, again, part of AI. So it really is just inventory. Inventory, equipment, actions. As long as those are all good to go for the next phase, then we're laughing. Because then I might, after this refactor, take a week off to do the next Prismatascape update, which will... Hopefully it'll be in the fucking marketplace by then, but knowing the Unreal Marketplace review system, it probably won't be on there till next year. So maybe this major update will you know, coincide with the release there. But that will be just a week of... We'll have 7 days to implement the paint layer. Easy mode. Do some example shaders for it. Also kind of easy mode. We need to do the hash grid for the input. I kind of want to see if there's a nice way to do... like... I don't know if in Niagara I can be like... instantiate 25 grids for me. By name. And then be able to access them all. Like as a nested array kind of thing, you know? Or whether I'll just have to do it manually. For like, you know, 25 separate grid systems. And that would only be for a 5x5, which I think 5x5 is fine. What's 1,000 divided by 5? Or like 1k divided by 5. 204.8. So we could just... It doesn't have to be square number, so we could just say 200. So 200 by 200 is 40,000 operations, which is pretty chill. Yeah. Maybe I should do like a 9x9 grid. That would mean I'd have to set up 81 grids. How'd you get a decimal? Oh, I meant like 1k as in... 1024. That's what 1k means when you work in 3D, you know? 2k is 2048. 4k is 4096. You guys know how it is. You guys know how it is. Yeah, this hash grid. Because essentially, I'd want the hash grid to be modular. So we can define how many grid indexes there are. It's essentially fucking inventory 2.0, but in a compute shader. Fucking kill myself. Yeah, that'll probably take 2 or 3 days to just do that. So I think we'll start off with the paint buffer, the fun stuff, you know, blood, heaps of blood, and then probably can't do Niagara data channels until the hash grid is sorted out. Because we need the data channel to assign it to a hash grid index. Anyway, we'll take a week off to just dick with that. Maybe we'll have to write some C++ Niagara modules. Or maybe there'll be Niagara updates in 5.4. Because it seems like they're going pretty hard on the Niagara stuff, Niagara Grid. Because it's like, wow, we can write compute shaders in Unreal now. Whoop-de-doo. Hmm. Anyway, that's the plan for the next 2 weeks. So let's smash it. Smash it out of the park. Hope you guys are all excited for the refactor to be done. Oh, we should also probably revisit self-constructing actors and that kind of shit. Like, what's it called? Like spawning. When we spawn an actor, get its data and allow it to actually visualize itself. So that if we take out an item from our backpack, it will actually create itself. Visually. Yeah, this is definitely going to take 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's raid out. Who are we raiding? Software. And game dev development. Any Unreal? I saw a cat in the thumbnail here. Alright, we're going to raid... Wait, where's my... Alright, anyway, yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. We're going to be raiding Page. Page J. Rightio, well. Everyone have a ripper. I know that I had a ripper. Sorry, can you tell that I'm, like, about to die? Like, fully die? Anyway. Yeah, I'll be around later tonight. Or tomorrow morn. I guess we'll see when I wake up. But I'm committed to the refactor. So with that, we say goodbye. I also need to have a shower. I'm a grease ball. Goodbye.